broadcast, I had to. There was something on my mind like the book of Matthew. If we are living epistles, then the book of Acts through present day got to be captured. That's you, as you and me gets words and revelation. Who is better to give the presentation than the kingdom ambassador? We're in but not of. We're one with God's hands.
What's
like
going
the
on, everybody?
in his glove. I function in this lower realm, results from above. The devil trying to squish me like a nasty little bug. But yo, consider the ant, you dumb slug. I understand sloofer can only mean mug. He ain't got no keys, so your death it has those things, and I do not fear it. So what fears can he bring as I function in the word? I know to some up look absurd. I'm putting rocks into the forehead of any giants that have the nerve that would ever try to work against the kingdom and the church. Join the district and let's all go to work. Synchronize, work synchronize. Keeping your eyes on the prize, please don't ever despise a small beginning. To reconstruct the whole game, go to m3dots.com, join the district. My fame helps me build up Yahweh's domain. Go to m3dots.com, join the district. Guide on radio, in-depth talk that go explains. To m3dots.com, join the district. The Matt Ellipsis district, momentum it feels like go to m3dots.com, join the district. It looks like somebody threw 3 pennies down, picked up the 3 pennies and I put it in good ground. I looked down again and I laughed cause I found 2 more pennies, so now I'm looking all around. I got the message and I didn't need a sign, but I looked into the oil stain and no joke I found a dime. This is a metaphor, you can check the statistics. I turned 3 pennies into $1 million business. I didn't pave my own way, God paved it. God used Lecrae's life as a down pavement, but really Lecrae was a Mike Peace harvest. Who is Mike Peace? Someone y'all disregarded. Down payment on what? I done already told ya. That's why I'm speaking to you now like I know ya. When I hand you a pearl or a penny, don't disregard. Just think hard, I gave you everything. I came to reconstruct the whole game. Go to m3dots.com, join the district. My fame helps me build up Yahweh's domain. Go to m3dots.com, join the district. Guide on radio, in-depth talk that go explains. To m3dots.com, join the district. The Matt Ellipsis district, momentum it feels like go to m3dots.com, join the district. I came to reconstruct the whole game.
Welcome to episode 2 of the Matt Ellipsis Show. Thank you very much.
Go to m3dots.com, join the district. Go to m3dots.com, join the district. I came to reconstruct the whole game. Go to m3dots.com, join the district. My fame helps me build up Yahweh's domain. m3dots.com, join the district. Guide on radio, in-depth talk that go to m3dots.com, join the district. The Matt Ellipsis district, momentum it feels like go to m3dots.com, join the district.
Come out as a video, and then it took about 3 to 4 hours for it to upload.
Go to m3dots.com, join the district.
Episode 1 is on YouTube.
Go to m3dots.com, join the district.
By the time you hear this current episode, which is episode 2, I will have done that whole process and put it up there. Put it up on YouTube. And what I've been doing is I will stream it through my Facebook page, so that way my friends on Facebook can watch it, and then if I need to send the show to somebody, then I can easily send it to them via YouTube. YouTube is very, very good with how you can send it, post it. It's just YouTube and Facebook. They've changed the game. The theme that I started on episode 1 is thank you. The people that I'm thanking specifically are Facebook, the company, YouTube. I know Google is the company, but YouTube in and of itself deserves my thanks. And then I'm going through my Facebook friends, and I am, one by one telling you how much I appreciate you and how much I thank you for whatever it is I need to thank you for. I do I have sort of a funny little testimony. So I was streaming episode 1, and while the episodes are streaming, I am doing other stuff. I'm dealing with the family, anything else, taking a nap, I started working on episode 1 at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, or whatever time, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever time I started working on it. So once I had everything uploaded and I started the stream, then it felt good to take a 2-hour nap just to, and then my wife, she just put the children to bed, and now the house is quiet, and what do you do when you're up in the middle of the night? It's quiet, and when it's the middle of the night, that's when they say the freaks come out at night. That's when online activity gets a little interesting, and I think that's one of the things that during in 2017 and 2018, when I was working and developing my developing this the way that I've got it set up now, developing this setup, while I was testing certain things, it hit me that depending on when you stream, you are competing for the attention of people who are doing whatever they're doing online, whatever they're doing on their phone or online or whatever. And so if someone is bored, they're standing in line for a few minutes and they're bored, they might look at their phone. And so if they scroll through and see that I'm streaming, they may stop in and look for a few moments, right? And that's the potential. But then also, I thought about this, and this kind of was an interesting thought to me. I found it interesting. And it was in the middle of the night when I was streaming, or when you're streaming in the middle of the night, they might come across my stream while on their way to, look at something or engage with something, some type of not illegal, but some kind of interesting private situation, online or whatever. And it kind of made me feel good that that's what I'm competing with. I'm competing with boredom, and I'm competing with people's online habits. I like that I like to compete with that rather than competing with other people. Because there's a lot of TV shows, there's a lot of television, there's a lot of radio, there's a lot of things that this is really, this age right now, this is a really a wonderful time of lots of anything that you want to watch. You can watch it. You can my wife, one of the types of videos that my children, my daughter specifically, that she likes to watch, she likes to watch those YouTube videos that the children and the parents or whoever is playing with toys. So they go buy some toys, or they're given some toys, and then they play with the toys or whatever, and my daughter is watching them play with the toys. And my wife is bothered by that because she feels that that we are padding the pockets of people who are just playing with toys, instead of us just playing with those toys or whatever. And I kind of think, I don't know if I feel the same way. I don't think I feel the same way. And I don't know if I really represented my wife's perspective, but that wasn't really what I was trying to do. I was really just trying to make a point about the types of shows that, the type of television or the type of media that we have access to. So my daughter is watching those little videos where they're playing with toys, and she can't get enough of them. She'll watch them. She will watch them. If I'm working on some music or doing whatever, and sometimes to just just sit down. She'll get on my phone and she'll just watch those videos, and she'll be laughing and looking at it, and look at another one, and I'm just watching over there, just kind of observing just how much enjoyment she's getting out of it, and so then I'll lay down, and she'll come and lay down in the bed next to me or whatever, and she'll just be looking and looking, and then she'll go to sleep. She just enjoys watching. I don't get it. Like, I don't fully get it. But that is part of the reason why I personally don't want to curb it. Because whatever her interest is, I don't know what that's going to turn into. It could be bad. Hopefully it won't be bad. If I look at my own life and the types of stuff that I watched when I was my son's age, I remember somewhere in my early teens that I found pornography. I remember going and watching, getting access to porno VHS tapes, and looking at that and getting and indulging in that or whatever. And it was just it was something that I did and enjoyed during that young time or whatever. And I'm hoping that my daughter and my son don't end up doing this, watching the same little pornography that I used to watch or whatever. But just the thought of, if I look at that time period and then I think about where I am today, my own personal assessment of myself, that I have a lot to say in this season about a lot of things, partially because I watched a lot of TV and I experienced a lot of stuff. And so as much as I would have loved to erase certain things in my life, but I have an understanding about the grip that pornography has, and sex and things of that nature. I have some opinions and some feelings about how this stuff affects our culture and how it affected me, how it's affected others. I've got a perspective that I can, primarily with my children, I can help them avoid some of the mistakes that I made. But at the same time, just the same way, I can help them avoid some of the same mistakes in the same way that I avoided some of my dad's mistakes, which put me in a better position. A better position than he was. And that's what I want. That's the part of the reason why I have a website and I have a bunch of music, and I'm capturing audio and video at different times, and getting on the phone and say, look, come on, let's record our conversation. Not that I'm going to use it to against a person or whatever, but being, having access to that audio later so that I can give to my son and my daughter when I pass away. I can give them my life, because that's really the best thing that I have for them. I don't one day I will feel at liberty to talk about my family and how I grew up. And sort of the current state of my family. One day I'll feel at liberty to talk a little bit in detail about some of that stuff. Because that insight is helpful for the next generation to understand what happened. And a lot of times families, a lot of times in my own family, we'll get together, and some of those things that are unresolved or conflict or unresolved issues, they're sitting there bubbling or percolating or whatever, and then somebody says something, and then another person says something or whatever. And my family is probably not the only one. I'm sure that happens in a lot of families, which to me, I've come to enjoy the uncomfortableness of my family's dynamic. I'm actually okay with it. I'm actually, and I'm saying that I enjoy it like ha ha ha, they're fighting again. Not like that, but I enjoy that. I enjoy people's perspectives about certain things. I enjoy that dissonance. When I was in high school, two notes that were too close together, they kind of clash a little bit. And when you press those two notes, like the C and the D, when you press them together, maybe not the C and the D, but like, the C and the E. No, that sounds good. No, two notes next to each other. Doggone it. I got the internet right here. Let me just freaking look it up. What dissonance is. DISSONA, dissonance. A lack of harmony among musical notes. I enjoy good harmony. But in the same way that you know good harmony when you hear it, you have to, the part of the way that you know that is you got to know bad harmony and or lack of harmony. And I enjoy lack of harmony in the same way that I enjoy harmony. Of course, I enjoy harmony much better. But you get to harmony sometimes through lack of harmony. And when you get a bunch of people together, you're going to have lots of lack of harmony. And you're going to get some harmony. That's what's interesting about my life is that there's a lot of things in my life that are dissonant. Is that even a word? Hold on. Doggone it. Dissonant. That's it. Yeah, it is a word. I don't think I've ever used dissonant in the way that I'm about to use it now. But anyway, there's a lot of things in my life that are dissonant. And I'm okay with it. And I learned to be okay with the dissonance in my own life. I learned to be okay with it probably when after being married for about 3 or 4 years. About 3 to 4 years. And I'm at this moment, I'm not at liberty to talk about the details, but there are people that was in my life when I was living with my wife and my family on the west side of Chicago, on Central Park and Cermak. That's where we used to live at. My wife. My wife is very, very, she's a very powerful woman. My wife in a matter of 2 months, when we decided to get a home or whatever, my wife put me in a position of going from a person that was renting to a person that was a homeowner, a landlord, and a business owner. She did that in a matter of 2 months. And one day, if my wife ever tells the story from her perspective, the whole story of how we started the realtor process all the way up until we got the place. It was a ride. And once she shares that block of information, that story, then I'll feel better about sharing my the way that I want to talk about it, because like she and I are different, and there's dissonance between us at times. But that dissonance kind of, it kind of makes us sharpen each other, I think, or at least at that time, especially when we first got married. And the reason why I bring up my own personal dissonance is because I my website and my life, that's all I have to give to anybody. And because I have children, I want to give them something that is not only money, because one day I'll be able to talk about my family and how money being passed down from generation to generation, how it works and doesn't work, and that's just a whole thing right there that I found fascinating in my own family. I'm just not at liberty to talk about it at this point, but one day I'm looking forward to talking about it. And then also my marriage with my wife, that season when we got married in 2005, so 2005, 6, 7, 8, and then was it 2009 that we moved to California? Yeah, I'm gonna get the timeline right because that's one of the exercises that I've that's part of this show eventually is I'm putting a timeline of my life so that I can, kind of piece together what happened over these past 40 years of my life. Anyway, but during that specific season, so I'm talking about the time period when I got married, with Valerie and I got married up until the time period that I moved to California and then took my wife to California. That time period, in there is when I decided that I was going to be okay with my own dissonance. And if I were passing on advice to anybody, that is one piece of advice that I would pass on, that I would hope a person would receive. Be okay with the good, the bad, and the ugly parts of yourself. Be okay with it. Because all three of those parts, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all three of those parts, they create the experience of you. And the experience of you to people, it gives you the opportunity to grow and succeed. It gives you the opportunity to fail. It gives you the opportunity to develop a life that will benefit others or not benefit others. But you it's part of the life experience that we get while we're on earth. Man, I'm about to quote Louis C.K. Again, Louis C.K. is a comedian, and I really enjoy his type of comedy because he doesn't come off as pretentious. And so he strikes me as authentic, or at least he's been able to master what authenticity looks like if he's not authentic. But he's an artist, and I've listened to a lot of his interviews when he was doing his show, Louis and Lucky Louie. I loved hearing him talk about the behind the scenes, the process, and what he did to get a certain thing. You look at an episode of a show one of the episodes of his show, and then I'm listening to him talk about little things. So he said it costs blah 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 $100,000 or blah 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 money to do this particular scene in blah or whatever. And I was like, man, I love hearing that because not that I'll ever make a movie or not that I'll ever make a TV show like he did, but I've got my own artistic process, and so I enjoy hearing when artists put their little stuff together, blah blah blah. And in the process of writing a song, in the process of making your music, you're gonna have some dissonance. There's gonna be some things that just don't fit right. And when something doesn't fit right, that dissonance, that sound, when you play two notes together and that sound, it's distinctive, and it's like something's not right. And there's many times that when I'm listening to my music in my headphones while I'm doing something else or whatever, and I'm kind of working on it and whatever, it's like something's not right. And so I've learned to enjoy my process and just relax with my process. And I think that if I had become a famous Christian rapper, because I doubt if I would be. I don't think that I don't think that I would have been doing secular rhymes because it's just not in me. The way that I got saved and how all of that stuff transpired, while I was in Killeen, Texas, and then the way that my life is gone, I don't think that I was a candidate to do, okay, right now I'm doing secular music. Right now I'm doing Christian music. I just is what I is. You know what I'm saying? I just do what I do, and you can classify it as Christian because if you listen to a lot of it, there's a lot of themes in there. But my music is it's a sound. It is an audio journal of the various seasons that I was in my life, in my walk with the Lord, if you want to call it that. Some people won't call it that, but it's just in my life, just the way that I was living my life. And I'm just happy personally that I was born, in the 70s, instead of being born in a time earlier than that. Because now that I'm in the 2019s, getting ready to be in 2020, I'm watching my children, and because of how things turned out, I'm in the process of retiring. I'm waiting on my paperwork to come back from my Army, people to say, hey, you are now retired. Here's your piece of paper. You are now retired. Because it's like, to retire from a career or profession, I thought retirement meant you finish working. You're done working. But this day and age, it's not like that. And I don't know if it's ever been like that. I think that retirement may have been sort of a facade or a mirage that you give your life to something, and so that retirement is the carrot that makes you do whatever somebody is leading you to go do. That's and maybe that's cynical, but I'm in my 40s now. I've earned a little bit of cynicism because I've gotten a chance to see what happened in my 20s and 30s, and how jobs treat you and how people treat you and blah blah blah. So that time period when I was in Chicago, there are people who were around me at that time and knew what I was going through, in my marriage, at my job, just whatever, just the things that I was dealing with. And at that point, when I started to when I accepted that I am a contradictory person. I like Democrat stuff, and I like Republican stuff. I like black people, and I like white people. I like going to church on Sundays, and I don't like going to church on Sundays. I like the iPhone. I really like my iPhone. But I really like my Droid. I like my camcorder. But I also like, doing it just audio sometimes. You can like multiple things. You can like both sides of a coin or two different sides of the argument. I think that that it is not a bad thing to have a stance and then be willing to change your mind if it's necessary to change your mind. Here's one of those examples. When my wife and I were in our first 5 years of marriage, I remember saying to my wife, or saying around her, or feeling, however I came up with that, when we have children, I'm not going to let anybody around them that is unholy and unrighteous and everybody. It's going to be a holy environment for my children. And I remember feeling that way, and I'm talking about I had the self-righteousness walk that went with that assertion. I remember it. Right now, I don't care who my son plays with. Like, I love watching him interact with anybody that interacts with him. I enjoy it because like, he's got a way about him that, okay, here's the context. He's the son of my wife and I, and both of us are African American, black, and we're currently living out here in Toma, Wisconsin. And, I'm very comfortable saying that my wife and I have not experienced racism or anything like that up here. But it's also a true statement that there's not as many black people up here as there are in Chicago or in, certain bigger cities or whatever. And so watching my children interact with all these other, not saying that a lot of these children are like devil worshipers or anything like that, but when he's on the bus, he's heard songs that I may not approve of or whatever. And I had to think about that he's living in this world. And so people do what people do. People have whatever, me as a Christian, I can't bubble wrap my son from the influences of, what I used to call secular music. I was just about to say I don't call it secular music anymore. Just music is music. But it's you got to understand. You have to understand that as a Christian and going to church, ever since I was 19 years old, and going to church all the time, it puts your mind in. We get our brains. I was a sponge for Bible stuff and sermons and all that stuff. So sometimes the practical application of some of the stuff that we were taught and I received, sometimes that stuff, to make it work, to make the stuff that's in your belief system from Christianity, in order sometimes to implement that stuff in your day-to-day life, over time you gain skill at it, but it's like it takes certain people to say, listen, I know that you think about things this certain way. but just look at it in this way from now on, and you'll be better. And that's one of that. I'm gonna tell a quick story about Pastor Carl and Pastor Brian. Let me put their picture up here. If you go to m3das.com and you click on Gateway to the District, okay? And this is an example of how Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, how their brand of ministry helped me take my Christian thoughts and my, whatever you want to call it, self-righteousness, whatever you want to call it, take it and, help me apply it practically to certain situations in a way that, I'm being practical and I'm not being, wait a minute, did I pass them? Wait a minute. Come on, don't tell me I don't have them up here. Oh, man. Hold on for a second. Unbelievable. Oh, don't tell me I don't have them up here. I think I got them up here, but I didn't put them on the main Gateway page. Doggone it. Where do I have it? Let's see. Dollar does it. Oh, man. So what I'm looking for is I got, okay, I'm going to have to do it this way. Let me go to my Facebook page. I have a lot of stuff on my site. Let's see here. Find friends. Okay. All right. The wonderful, the fantastic Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. Let me see if I can find a good picture of them. There we go. All right. So Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, when I first came, in 1997, I came back. You came off active duty, and I joined Crusaders West. And Pastor Brian was he and Pastor Carla, they were the leaders of the youth ministry. And so, I was a youth, so I became part of the youth ministry. And there was a guy named Adrian. He was hanging out at the church also with everybody else, and he was a young guy, and our church was popular, and if you're from Chicago, you know about Crusaders, and there's a bunch of other churches out there, but Apostle John Eckhart, he's reached a lot of ministries with his ministry. And the church that I was a part of, Crusaders Church West, was one of the churches as part of the overall Crusaders brand, I guess. So anyway, Adrian, he was attending, and Adrian was from Germany, and he was attending school not that far from the church, and he was so he started coming to church with us, and our church, one of the characteristics of our church was that we did the practice of casting out demons. So we would, people that wanted to get prayer, we'd pray and there'd be prayer people that would lay hands and talk to the people, and however you want to call it. I mean, I'm not going to get into it now kind of describing it, but if you've never been to a service where they cast out demons or whatever, you owe it to yourself to go check it out. I participated in it, and I found over time I was removing myself from it, from doing that a lot. I enjoyed watching it or whatever, but I started to, as I got older, I started really focusing on my music. And not that there's never demons to slay, but there I was working on my albums or whatever. So I didn't like stay late with people and labor with them as much as other people did. Anyway, so Adrian, he was somebody that I kept in regular contact with. We would talk on the phone, we would hang out sometimes or whatever, and he expressed to me that he had a problem that in his mind he was hearing voices. I'm not about to tell the whole story. All I'm doing is I'm going to pick out a couple of pieces of this because I want to make a point about Pastor Carla and some things that she shared with me that helped me out tremendously. Okay, so he started having this problem, and he went to the church to have the church pray, whatever. And it gradually got escalated to the point where I remember the pastor, he, got all the men to come over and pray for him. And this is gonna go out of here, demon, blah, whatever. And so, I guess it didn't work. I guess because, after all was over, a few things happened, and he was not allowed to come into the church anymore. He was not allowed. And at this point in my time at the church, there were several times where I was, they allowed me to get on the mic and share my music and stuff like that. So and in that scenario, so now I'm, not that everybody didn't know each other, but, the people who were on the mic on a regular basis, those are the people that are like, or whatever. And so, and so I was fortunate that there were times that they would let me, do my music in front of the church, which made it so that, most of the people in the church remembered me, from week to week or whatever. That I was part of the family, and I'd been there for years, so it's not like it, just one time or whatever. But I'm part of the family, and so, but I would talk with that. You got your pockets of friends that you talk to on a regular basis, and Adrian was one of those people I talked to on a regular basis. And when he told me that he was barred from the church, or somebody else told me that they were barred from church, I was like, whoa, this is tripped out, because I don't know what to do. I'm freaking 24 whatever years old. I'm watching what is called church politics, or whatever, because this is a problem. Like, apparently there's a problem with this guy, apparently. So I'm sitting in church one time, just typical Sunday, and one of the ushers, specifically Herb, he came over to me. He said, "Hey, Adrian is here to see you." I was like, okay. I at that point, no one has ever come to me like when security comes to you. It's like, what's going on? And Herb is a big guy, and so he came and said, "Hey, Matt, come outside because Adrian want to talk to you." And, the first, and my thoughts was like, why can't he just come in, and, sit next to me and, we can talk, whatever. Anyway, so I go out and I talk to him, and we talk and we kind of arrange to either meet up later or whatever, whatever. So we meet up, and then he lets me know he's going back to Germany. I was like, wow, man, okay, wow. And so, it's a big deal. So he goes back to Germany for maybe, I don't know how long, maybe a month or whatever. So he's gone, and I remember other elements that I'm not going to get into, but it was kind of interesting. Anyway, so Adrian calls me back. No, Adrian comes back to Chicago, and I get a call. So we're talking, whatever, and we might have hung out or whatever. And he let me know that day at church. He let me know a little bit more about what was going on. So when he came back, he told me that he came back to Chicago so that he could get this thing resolved. This thing was, he believed in the church, what the church was selling. What he believed in, what our house or what our church. He believed what he believed what was being preached, but it wasn't working on him. I guess as the way that he wasn't putting it like that, but that's in essence what it was. The demon was not cast out, basically. And he winded up committing suicide. And that, it hit me hard, but I didn't know what to do. He didn't do it in my presence or nothing like that. What I remember, because somebody at some point gave me his final, like all of his effects, because he had a bag with the personal items, and in there he had a little note. He had written on a note his process, and and forgive me for being, if this is graphic, I don't mean to be graphic, but his process was, number one, take this pill, or take these pills. Number two, jump. And then number three, ask God for forgiveness. So that was his, like his instructions to himself. He made himself a to-do list. And so he does this, and it was like, whoa. And so now I've got the bag with that note and the other little things that was in his, whatever, in his possession. Gave me a brown bag, and I kept that bag for years. Now, after this happened, that probably was one of the pieces of the beginning of me starting to question my faith a little bit. Not because I felt that God wasn't real, not that, but why would somebody who believes in the same thing, why would he do that? Why did this happen? Why is it that he's barred from the church? I've never heard of any. The closest thing I heard in the Bible, there's a thing called excommunication. No, I don't think is that in the Bible, excommunication? That practice of excommunication, I've heard of that before, but I've never known a friend of mine to be barred from a church and then something happened like that. Now, and I'm not saying that it's related either. I'm not saying that because he was barred from the church, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that these are the facts. This is what happened. Guy named Adrian Halfar killed himself. He was barred from the church. And Pastor Carla, oh, that's what happened. That's partially what happened. Okay, so with Adrian, there was I received some instructions that I followed. And part of it was to distance myself from Adrian. Now, I partially followed it. I didn't fully follow it. I partially followed. I still talked to him on the phone and, whatever, because I cared about the guy. But I didn't, I tried to thread the needle, I tried to work it out. However. And mind you, we're talking 15, 16, how long ago? I was 24 when this happened, so I'm 43, so, it happened a long time ago. But Pastor Carla must have been aware of more than I was aware of regarding Adrian, in terms of not the things that not the things that he and I talked about, but more of the church scenario. So anyway, Pastor Carla, she put me to the side and she said something to me that it was almost like putting me on a side road by myself when she said this. She said to me, Matt, if you know somebody's in trouble, and you are within reach to help that person, don't listen to anybody else. You help that person. And it was simple as that. And I blessed that woman, Pastor Carla. I'm grateful because there was another person that I was in that same situation with, and this happened to be in a military context, and that person ostracized by the section and whatever. A lot of stuff happened. I'm not going to get into that right now. Hopefully I can reach out to her and she can tell her own story, and I'll get the benefit. I'll get the benefit of hearing her perspective, because I love hearing what people have to say about things that happened years ago, So anyway, but Pastor Carla, that's very practical. And what it did was it made it so that my faith, it came off of the tracks, and now that started me on a unique path of applying my faith, but not necessarily just in the walls of the church. And I think I don't credit that moment with how I feel about being at church, or being inside the church walls. I don't credit that moment, but that was definitely one of the greatest things that happened to me, because that's part of the reason why I'm in this situation with 608 Live. And I'll get into that in a little while. So let me kind of say it, give a few more minutes of a conversation about Pastor Carl and Pastor Brian. These two have been in my life since I was 21. And whenever I think about my mission, you know, they come up. That's what comes up. And I know, by the time I met them, I felt I knew what my identity was. I knew who I was in Christ. I knew who I was and what I was supposed to do with my life. I had an idea, and I knew it by the time I met them. They have been instrumental in my life in teachings and watching from afar. They've been instrumental in helping me feel tethered while I was out wherever. Because when I came off active duty and I came to Crusaders Church West, they were there in youth ministry. So that's where I was planted. And then my unit got called up to come to Fort McCoy. And by that particular time, the youth ministry was disbanded. And Pastor Carl and Pastor Brian, they were getting ready to, they were in the process of going through a bunch of things with the, in their church scenario. I get sent to Fort McCoy. So now I can't come to church every Sunday, right? The only, I kept in touch with people, of course, a little bit. But my wife, who wasn't my wife at the time, we were a couple. We got engaged while I was up at Fort McCoy, and so she and I were working our relationship out, and so she was having her own dealings and stuff like that with the church or whatever. Anyway, point is that when my mobilization at Fort McCoy, when it was over and I finally came back to Chicago, I thought I was going to pick up where I left off, where I'm just coming back to, CCW, but a lot had changed. Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla, they were elsewhere, and and I just did what the habit says we do, and I was the husband, so this is where we're going to be at, and blah, right? And so a few things happen, and my wife and I end up joining Christian Concepts International. And then a little after that, I got a job at Fort McCoy while I was living in Chicago on the west side, and my church, CCI, was down in Chicago Heights. So what year did I gotta go back. I'll look at what year we started going to CCI. But so that drive back and forth, that drive back and forth was okay. We would do that in the morning. We would do that on Wednesdays or whatever. There was a few minutes where my wife and I were doing, we were doing children's church or whatever, which was for me, that was like we were doing a version of Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. They used to help us out. Now we're helping them with the young people or whatever. It was it was such a great little scenario, and we felt like we were helping out, and it was really good, and I got a chance to interact with the children there and all of that, and it was wonderful, all of that. And so, but then I got sent to Fort Hunter Liggett, and I was out there for 3 years. And while I was out there, I would go around and hang out at different churches or whatever, and I got on the music side of this thing. I had finished Face the Music years ago, and at this point I'm trying to figure out what's next, and that's my website was already up, but I had a lot of work to do to get it to the way it was, to the way it is now. And I'm in California now. It's like, what the heck? So I get on the phone with Pastor Brian, and he helps me feel tethered while I was out here in California. So I'm just 1,200 miles away. I'm just far, and I'm like, but I felt connected. So when I started visiting other churches, at some churches some churches are like, yo, we got another person. Hey, are you gonna join us? And not that they shouldn't be joined, but it was nice to go out and make friends. I went out, it was like, wow, I'm okay. I didn't know I was going to be there for 3 years. I thought I was going to be there for 1 year. And when you're there for 1 year, it's like, want to dig your roots and make friends and all that other stuff. But by the time we were done with 3 years, man, we had a bunch of friends, and, we had stuff going on. But I felt tethered to CCI. I felt tethered to my home base. Thank the Lord. So when we came back, I had to, our family, we moved from California. We moved to near where we're living at right now. Since we've been out here in Wisconsin, we lived in 2 different locations. And so while we were up in, but I still had my home in Chicago, and now I'm up here in Wisconsin for an undetermined amount of time, because that's where my civilian job was at. And it's like, okay, I'm up here now. And so, periodically I get on the phone with Pastor Brian, and he helped me feel tethered to CCI. And I needed to feel tethered because, if you think about a mustard seed, and Pastor Brian, he says he doesn't remember it specifically, one of the conversations I had with him, but back when we were in Monday school and I would go in the evenings, he brought in some seeds. As a matter of fact, I got sermon cassettes around here where I could play you some old school Pastor Brian talking about some seeds and passing out seeds to people. And he showed how small that seed was. Right? He didn't have mustard seeds. He had some other type of seeds or whatever. But he showed how small that seed was. And, went through some scriptures and, talking about seed time and harvest, talking about principles and blah, 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 blah. Pastor Brian teaching good stuff. Okay? So I knew that I was I knew that I was planted, or whatever. That feeling of needing to feel tethered. There's a scripture that I enjoyed looking at, and that was in Psalm. Oh my God, I'm gonna mess around and pull out a Bible and start reading the Bible on. Dang, doggone it. Here we go. Okay, let me pull up this. Okay. Doggone it. All right, so here we go. All right. So it's Psalm 1:3, and it says, let me see, I should do let me do the verse before it. Oh, doggone it. Come on, where's the whole chapter? Oh, goodness. Hold on for a second. Matter of fact, should I play some music? No, I'm going to just leave the picture up. Well, and, not that I couldn't just, quote it or whatever, but there's something about when you crack a Bible, open it up, there's something about it. And, and I haven't really been as studious as I was back in the day. All right, now I love the New Jerusalem Bible. I enjoyed this specific one. And anyway, I'm gonna read it. Anybody, if you wanna, you could. I'm not gonna read. I'm gonna read pretty much this whole chapter. The reason why is because I'm gonna talk about how this particular scenario, how this particular scripture has played out because of Pastor Brian and Pastor Carla. How blessed is anyone who rejects the advice of the wicked and does not take a stand in the path that sinners tread, nor seat in company with cynics. But he who delights in the law of Yahweh and murmurs his law day and night, such a one is like a tree planted near streams. It bears fruit in season, and its leaves never wither, and every project succeeds. How different the wicked. How different. Just like chaff blown around by the wind, the wicked will not stand firm at the judgment, nor sinners in the gathering of the upright. For Yahweh watches over the path of the upright, but the path of the wicked is doomed. Now, okay. What the part that I enjoyed, or whatever is, being like a tree, planted near the water. It bears fruit in its season, leaves never wither, and every project succeeds. Different versions got different ways of saying it, So anyway, the point is that tethering that I felt is, like a kite, like, the base of the kite is at CCI, and then it's like I'm all the way in California, all the way in Wisconsin for however long, but it's like that string is right at CCI, so a lot of people can see me, and it's like, okay, if you follow the string, it'll lead to CCI. That is how I feel, and that's how I feel it should be for me, and for them, because they earned it in my book. they earned some loyalty from people, I feel. Now, what I'm saying is that they demonstrated over the years a level of loyalty to me and my growth. When you start a church, it's just like when you start a church, it's a little bit like having your own Facebook page or whatever. You want to help whatever people is out there. I don't know if every particular, I believe that a lot of ministries are started because they feel that they can do a better job of helping somebody than maybe a place that they were at before or whatever. And I think I endorse anybody to go out and do what you feel God wants you to do, because I think that the harvest is plenty, but the laborers are few. And so the more you have, the more laborers that are out there, from the vantage point of, Christianity or whatever. Now, them specifically though, I remember talking with them, and I learned about something. Then I got a chance to ask both of them about it. And that is, I got a chance to learn that during the time that I was in youth ministry, so I'm in my early and mid 20s, they would pack their children up in the back seat and drive from where they were at. I believe they lived in Country Club Hills or something like that, and they would drive up to the west side of Chicago just to oversee youth ministry, just to read us some scripture and encourage us. A bunch of people at a specific location on the west side of Chicago. They passed by all kind of other places, came there to hang out with us for 2 or 3 hours. And that labor, that driving back and forth, I don't know, if anybody pays them their gas. I know that when the military sends me somewhere, they cover the gas, the lodging. You know what I'm saying? They got all this formula to make sure that if you're going to get the mission done, boom. I don't know what it's like I don't know, if you get your money back from volunteering to, be a youth leader. You know what I'm saying? I don't, whatever. So they're doing that just so that I can, hear what they got to say. And I'm grateful to God that I was attentive enough to, and the times when I wasn't attentive enough, I grabbed the cassette, and then I can listen to it while, on my own time. Because Pastor Brian, I remember, what he would say is there's things you're going to hear on Sunday, and that's kind of like setting you up for the test. And then throughout the week, you're going to go through what you heard on Sunday. You're going to go through it, and hopefully you pass it. Now, I'm a military guy, which is a whole separate way of thinking about things. In the military, when you tell us that there's a test, we study that bad fella, because we don't want to get recycled. So I won't go into that, but in depth. But basically, if you're in a class, when you got to pay attention. And so sometimes the teacher will stamp their feet and they'll say something and stamp their feet, and you just know, all right, I need to make sure I write that down. And they teach us, the way that the Army does it is they teach you, and then you experience it, and then they rehash it over, and then, re-experience it again, and then we go over it again, and then we rehash it, then we do something else, and we keep on building on it or whatever. And then, every so often we go back and retrain and, talk about it and have what's called NCO development, non-commissioned officer development program. And that's where during the doggone, once a month, we get something and we just train each other on all right, check this out. I was working on blah, and this is a better way to do the blah and whatever. And we would hash that stuff out. So here I am in the church context. Pastor Brian, when he said that, I was like, oh, I get it. So now I'm paying attention to the sermons even more because I see there's something coming. There's an, demonic attack coming, all right, I rebuke you, Satan, and blah, whatever. So, and so then you develop reflexes, scriptural reflexes. And I'm going to tell you something. There is nothing better than a scriptural reflex. And what I mean by a scriptural reflex, what I mean by that is, if somebody does something to you and your response is something that you've studied out so you know what is going to happen. I was on the phone with my buddy who's known me since I was 19, since I was 18. He's known me since I was 18 years old. And we were on the phone and I got the audio of this. So I was going to take a piece of it so I can share it with you guys, because we had a really good conversation. It was very productive. Anyway, so he said to me, he said, Matt, you in everything that you were going through in, when I was talking about a certain season of my life or whatever, he said, in everything you were going through, he said, you always knew not to curse God and die. And the reason why that's because that's a scriptural response. Sometimes when you're going through some stuff, your body wants to say some stuff. But I remember the Job story, and I remembered that it could get worse and bad and worse than that, and then more worse and then badder than that and whatever. The main key is don't curse God and die. Now that's, whatever. That is that. So that's a scriptural response. That is, that is my, reflex. So I was going through something else, and I was talking to Pastor Eldridge, right? And when I was talking with him, during this particular season, I wasn't Mr. Christian Optimism that he's known for all these years. I had reached a point in my life where I was speaking a lot more plainly and not speaking Christian cliche-ish. Because that's one thing that if there's one thing that I wanted to make sure that I X'd out of my life in my 40s, and that is Christian cliches. Right? Those Christian cliches, I don't want to speak those out of my mouth at all. When if I have a situation I'm in, I'm not gonna use a Christian cliche to talk about it. Right? I'm 43 years old, and I do not I feel that I can explain something, and I feel that God knows the difference between a confession of faith, a profession of, saying words about, don't say that you, and the difference between that and me stating plainly what something is going on. You know what I'm saying? I used to be in this, because you got to understand the dissonance of army and church. In the church, when I talk about stuff, you talk about it Christian cliche. When you talk to somebody, you got to kind of validate your level of Christianity when you be talking to whoever, so that they don't think that you're not, on the level, whatever, right? But on the military side of the house, right, it's bottom line up front. It's, this is the what are the top 3 things that we did good, and what are the top 3 things that we didn't do good, so that we can fix it. And my presentation can't be, well, general, it's and give some flowery cliche, I got to say, sir, here's where we succeeded and here's where we could improve. And that feels much better to me. It feels better. And so it feels better to be a Christian guy. If I'm going to be a Christian guy, it feels better to speak plainly and just say, this is what's going on, or this is what the situation is. And that's why, and I know that my scenario, it's not really complicated, but they were a part of making it so that I'm more plain spoken. I may be long-winded, which is why I gotta have a channel. In other words, now, I don't have to say I don't have to take somebody time for 5 hours or whatever. Just, hey, if you want to hear it, you want to hear it. If you don't want to hear it, I'm not bothered by it. I'm going to be streaming, just so you know, I'm going to be streaming, and I'm going to be doing some form of this for a long time. The stuff that I've been doing that's on this website, that's on m3dots.com, the all this stuff, the music, I have a lot of content that, I'm looking forward to sharing with the world, one person at a time. And that's why I'm just hanging out on my Facebook page. I'm gonna take my time and relaxingly, because I'm not rushing. My children are young. I'm gonna sit back, let them grow up, and I'm gonna make my deposits. None of my content is ever gonna be outdated. None of it. Everything that I put out, there's no expiration date. Do you know how comforting that feels? A commercial here or there, of course, the date will pass, but it's part of my history, part of my testimony, so to speak. So I'm going to be here for a while. And so I'm not going to rush through what I got going on. And I'm not going to broadcast every day. And that's the thing, that for them, they've been consistent for so many years. Here it is. I met them when I was 21. So they've at least got, 20 something years in the game, from, in service, that's blessed me. And so, the years of labor that they put in to serve the body of Christ at large, as well as the specific church members that are part of CCI, as well as other communities that have been blessed by them, to me, my loyalty to them, to me, is not much to ask. And I do want to call it loyalty. I do want to say that, I wish, like, if I had a bunch of money that I could just say, hey, honey, we're going to do whatever, I would set it up so that my family would live, I'd, get one of the houses that's right across the street from the church so that I could just be there. That's where I honestly want to be. I just want to be right by CCI. That's where I personally want to be, and I'm saying that out loud because that's just the truth. I've been up here in Toma, and I enjoy it enough. Bless the Lord, and I'm not saying anything bad about Toma, but I know that if I had my number one thing now, that is not a reality though. You know what I'm saying? It's not a reality. I gotta be here in Toma, and I'll be here for a while. And not only am I gonna make the best of it, I am going to bless these Toma and Sparta people. I am going to bless them. I cannot wait to bless you guys. All you people who have that are new to my Facebook page or whatever, like we're newly friends or whatever, within the past year. I have a plan that is going to bless you, Toma and Sparta people. Period. And it's one of the things where it's, just gonna, do my thing. I got this stuff. Let me put this up real quick. So, I'm done with this part of it here. Let me just put this up. So let me talk about this for a minute. 608 Live, in Sparta. I've been granted the privilege of a 1-year residency in Sparta at 608 Live. Some of you know where 608 Live was. Some of you know where 608 Live is. If you go to m3dots.com, I've got dates on the calendar that you can RSVP, because in order to come be a part of the Matt Ellipsis Show, you need to RSVP. I need to know you're coming because I tailor make what I'm doing for who's going to be there. I no longer am I going to, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to say no longer, but my MO over the past 20 years has been I would set up a show and then hope people show up. I'm not doing that anymore. Or at least I'm not doing that primarily. Right now in this season, if you want to participate in one of my upcoming events, I made it as easy as possible, which is a couple of clicks to RSVP, and then you're there. You're at least in the system, and then I can keep track of who's coming to whichever show, so that way for if I know that you're going to be there, then I can make sure that whatever I'm supposed to bless you with, I can give it right to you because you're there. That's very important to me. That's what is different, because I've decided that the people that I'm going to bless, the people that I'm going to perform for, the people that I'm going to share my music with and give the benefit of whatever I benefit, are my Facebook friends. That's who counts right now, in terms of my business life or whatever. Now, of course, I'm going to be going out soliciting and setting things up and try to engage whatever people. But in terms of putting a bunch of hours into talking about my life and giving thanks to people or whatever, all of that stuff, I'm doing it through my Facebook page because you guys decided to connect with me and stay in touch with me over the years, and I appreciate that. And so the 608 Live scenario, if you are one of my Facebook friends, my goal is to make it, very little cost, if at all, whatever, and be there, come be in person or whatever, right? And if you've got to travel a long way, then I'm going to make it worth your time. You know what I'm saying? If you're an artist, like from my group of people that are out there that are artists that sing, dance, perform. if you come out to one of my events, especially if you let me know that you're coming by RSVPing, you gotta do my process. I have to do it right, because otherwise it will be out of order, and I need to do it in order, because if I don't do it in order, then it's called disorderly conduct. Okay. So anyway, if I know you're coming, then I will set things up so that you get the most out of it. That's what I want. When I don't care anymore if I perform or if I share some experiences with a small group of people. To me, the smaller the better. You know, when I got a big old audience or whatever, you can't really it's a less intimate gathering. When I'm sitting down with a small group of people, man, we have a good time. You know, probably better in the smaller than in the bigger groups. Which I'm not saying that I don't want a big audience or whatever, but you understand what I'm saying. Hey, I'm just gonna do my events. If you want to be there, if you RSVP, you'll be following the process, which I would be grateful for. Anyway, you're gonna like it, because I'm gonna take a break here for a second. I'm gonna play a little bit of music. I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna kind of give you guys sort of a these are some of my notes, all right? And I'm gonna be putting this out officially, but right now I'm putting it out unofficially, or through this medium, so that you guys kind of got a heads up of what's coming, so that you can make your suggestions. And if you have some suggestions of some of the themes, then I want to hear them so that I can implement them, because the goal, I'm an MC, and so I want to bring to you all what you want, not just from me, but from what you want from others. I want to take this moment. I want to do something to show something that just happened. So episode 1 played throughout Saturday. Okay. All right. So one of the best things I like about my format, or my process rather, is that something happened, and I needed to stop what I was doing, and I needed a break. So I needed a break, and what I was gonna do, is just kind of play a song, go take my break, and then come back. But whatever the thing that I did that kind of messed, where I messed up, I just said, let me stop the recording. And then I said, well, you know what? Let me go ahead and save it so that it's saved. I don't want anything to be messed up. So I clicked on save, and it told me it was going to be about 44 minutes. And I needed a break, and I didn't, and I was going to there was a few things I was going to do while I waited so that I can get back into the stream. But then I said, well, let me just lay down for a few minutes and go from there. I ended up sleeping for several hours, which was very nice, and I'm refreshed. And I said, well, this is perfect. So I did a few editing things, and I figured something out, and that I'm gonna bring up here in a minute about my live stream. And I was able to go get myself some coffee, and now it's on. So episode 2 is going to be better. So I remember where I left off. And see, the thing about it is, and then all this stuff happened, and to you as the viewer, it's just you don't even know that there was this. All you know is just kind of a little skip, a little skip, and it's like perfect for me. Okay, so let me play for you what I wanted to play. All right, so this is about Shalonda Sharice on episode 1, which, by the way, episode 1 of the Matt Ellipsis Show, this new iteration, it's on YouTube. I'm gonna figure out a way to make it so that you can find them easier, because YouTube is kind of out there. The best thing that I can do is put all of my episodes right here. Make a link so that you could just come to m3dots.com and everything will be cataloged. That is why, it is good to have a website, and that you know how to work it so you can catalog what you're doing or whatever, and your website can change with whatever's happening. You know what I'm saying? I need sometimes for people to land on whatever page I need them to land on when they type in the browser. But anyway, so you can watch the episode. The first episode is over 3 hours. Now, when I'm streaming it, I'm pulling it from YouTube. So when I'm pulling it from YouTube, now it looks like it's live, but it's kind of sitting there in YouTube. So I'm streaming from that virtual location, which enables me to work on other stuff and check out who's watching the show at any given time. And that is this is a thank you to YouTube and Facebook, because the very fact that with YouTube I can upload and create playlists, all the little things that they've done to make YouTube very, very friendly to me as a nobody that doesn't have celebrity on me. So now when I go on YouTube and with other people, my footage is just as searchable as famous people's footage. And I know it's very interesting to me when I see television shows put clips of their show on YouTube. It's very interesting to me. It really lets me know that YouTube has dominated even them. And there are some shows that I'll never watch, but I enjoy the clip. I enjoy whatever clips that they put out, and that's just the relationship that we'll have. Some people, the clips, you just watch the clips and you're like, you know what? I got some time. Let me watch the whole show. So I really put it on YouTube, not for the views. I put it for the functionality so that I can stream it. And I'm telling this secret of my little connection or whatever, because I want you to know that YouTube is a wonderful platform, and there's a lot of pressure on YouTube by users and by YouTubers, that because you get so many views that should turn into money. And I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I believe that the functionality of YouTube by itself, the very fact that we don't have to pay for it. I've got all I have is a Gmail account, and I've got access to affect everybody. And that is amazing. I've got access to put my little videos that who really should care about my little videos. Sometimes I don't even care about my own videos. I can put them up, and for free, it's available for everyone if they can find it or whatever. And so I still have to market and let everybody know, hey, go see my show or whatever. I still got to do stuff to get it out there, but it's made it so that where I was a nobody with no ability to push my music in other people's hands other than word of mouth, throughout my 20s, it's made it so that I got a little bit more visibility depending on who, whatever. I can't see on YouTube who watches it. So and there's no way for me to follow up. And that's another thing, because the way that marketing happens. When you're signed in or whatever to your computer and you search something, whatever you searched for starts searching for you too, somehow. I don't know how all that works, but there's plenty of times that I've searched for something or I bought something, and then in my Yahoo I see the same thing popping up over and over, whatever. And I'm not upset with it. It's interesting, but I'm not upset with it because now everybody is studying everybody's habits or viewing habits so that we can sell our stuff to other people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the climate that we're in. And the thing about it is, it's nice to know that. Just let me know that's what you're doing. YouTube YouTube has positioned people like me to have the comfortableness when I go out and about. For instance, this felt really good. There's a friend of mine. He did some teaching at his church, and I think it was 2 weeks in a row. I went and I came in and I brought my video camera and just recorded him doing his Bible study. Right. So now, is that a big deal to anybody else? Like, you watching at this current moment? It's not a big deal that Justin Town did a Bible study and talked about whatever he talked about. It's not a big deal, and it probably should not be a big deal. You know what I'm saying? So, and that his humble Bible study, those 2 weeks or 3 weeks that he had the Bible study, and I think I made 2 of them. That humble Bible study was important for the people that were gathered in the room. And it was important enough for me to capture and have on my system. And so then I came home and I did a quick little editing just to kind of make sure that everything worked. I put the video into my video editing software, put it up there, kind of make sure the levels are right. Boom, export it. Took about 5, 6, 7, 20 minutes or whatever. Uploaded it to YouTube, kind of gave it a name or whatever so that it was there. And then now it's just there. It's just there. Now, maybe a month go by and Justin and I had not seen each other, and no big deal. We live in town together. It's like, whatever. I just see you when I see you. So I'm standing in line at our Walmart. And he comes in and says, "Hey, can I get a copy of that video of the Bible study? I need it because I gotta do something." And it felt so good to comfortably pick up my smartphone, pull up the YouTube app, type in his name, Justin Town, Matt Ellipsis Show, Justin Town, boom, and both videos popped up, and then I was able to hit share and boom to his email, hit the other one, share, boom to his email. No money exchanged hands. It wasn't a lot of labor. I did some work. I'm not saying I didn't do any work, and I didn't say that he didn't do any. Of course he did work because he did his thing. But the value of that video, if I had to go home, take it, put it onto a DVD, and then, try to figure out time to get over to him, while I was uploading, I went up, did something else. So, you just wait for the upload. YouTube gave me that functionality. Now, does that mean that there's some trade-off for YouTube? Listen, when you got people across the world trying to get a viral video, I can imagine how expensive it is for them to maintain YouTube. And I think that's part of the reason why YouTube and CD Baby ended up developing sort of the same strategy. We're going to make it free. We're going to get a lot of people that interested in our service, so that, just like crack. We're going to get a lot of people interested in our service, and then get a lot of people interested in what we do, and people are uploading or whatever. If I had to kind of do that, I probably would have crashed my servers or whatever. But these guys are continuing to build servers. Look, I've got lots and lots of video footage. If you look, let me just show you on my screen, right? Let me just show. Now these are my videos, and from my little humble 20-something years, and these are not the only. Okay, so these two harder. These are two 4 terabyte drives, right? No. Let me do. Okay. Now, right now, I want to explain something. So, this has been an interesting time putting together this episode, because things have been happening to the computer, so I had to stop and just go, stop and do other stuff. But it gave me the chance to do a little bit of housekeeping. So I'm gonna try to, I don't know how long I'm gonna take, but we've got, I'm just resetting. So, you guys didn't notice the break, but thank God, because it just kind of fades in. But I wanted to acknowledge that it fades in or whatever. So before the first time I started to fade out, before the first time that my computer messed up, I was about to take you to listen to some audio of somebody that listened to the stream. So let me kind of just talk about this for a second. One of the blessings of this current iteration of the Matt Ellipsis Show is that I'm able to pre-record the show and then play it at certain times. Right now, what's on the screen is my live stream. So I'm streaming live right now while I'm pre-recording episode 2. So I'm streaming episode 1 and a couple of other videos or whatever. This here, okay, my wife made a comment to me, which I want to share with you. I think it's kind of funny. Because in episode 1, I talked about something that Louis C.K., a bit that Louis C.K. Said, and he was talking about how when he sent a letter, he sent an email to a loved one, somebody who was having a disagreement with their, wife or girlfriend or whatever. So he sent the email, and then after it was in the sent box, he would click it open and then reread what he sent. And he said, that is just like sticking your finger in your rear end and smelling it and sniffing your own whatever. So I kind of adopted that a little bit to say, hey, this idea of me, streaming my content and stuff like that, that it's, there's a little bit of smelling my own, and I can understand why people, I don't 100% feel that I'm, vain or whatever, but I have to acknowledge that it's a little bit vain to be doing a show to share music that I put together and saying, hey, please buy the music, please listen to the music. Hey, please pay attention to me. Right now you're looking at like a 5-hour stream, right? So I'm putting myself out there so that, it looks like I'm trying to get attention or whatever. And, I have to acknowledge the vanity in it, for what it is. And I do think that, Facebook does give us an opportunity to expose and express our vanities or whatever. So, and so I have, so even to go deeper right now, I am, watching on the screen myself, watching myself. Now, so here it is. Okay. So on the video, this episode of my, that's up there right now, Matt Ellipsis is live now. So this was this at first, me pre-recording. And so while I was pre-recording, I had video footage of myself on the screen that I was looking at and commenting on. Let me see if I got, yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I'll just do it on this. So, so I was watching myself I was recording myself, watching myself. So that was episode 1. I was recording myself, watching myself. That was episode 1. And now in episode 2, I am recording myself, watching myself, watch myself. So if recording myself, watching myself, if that is like smelling, then me recording myself, watching myself, watch myself has to be like, the whole hand in there. It has to be. But anyway, so there we go. So I acknowledge the vanity in what I'm doing right now. Okay. So, okay, let me see here. So, but what I wanted to show you is that, another reason that I thank Facebook and I thank YouTube, because I'm using them together. This video that is live right now. So again, I'm live streaming, episode 1 and other things that other videos that I picked for for that particular stream. And while I was streaming it, while streaming it, there were certain people that chimed in. Jerome, he saw I was at the particular time that he chimed in. He was watching our interview. He and I did an interview about maybe almost like a year and a half back. And so I was playing that video and he just happened to be looking at the stream while, his footage was up, which, okay, that was I love coincidences like that. I love it. So then he, comments on it, which was nice. Kelsey Stevenson is somebody from my, I knew him. We used to go to Crusaders Church West and Christian Concepts International. We used to go to those couple of churches together. And so he and we haven't talked in a while, but it's nice once in a while when I'm streaming, he pops in and, takes a look for a few minutes. And that was wonderful. Alex Sanborn is somebody that I work with at my current job, and he's no longer there, unfortunately, bless his heart. And I missed him. And like, being out in Toma, I didn't want to make any new relationships while I was out here. It's inevitable to make some, but I didn't want to make any new relationships. But now that I know that I'm going to be here for a little while, which is good. And so Alex and we had a good rapport, and I'm starting to be more purposeful in my friendships with various people. because I know what my purpose is, and I know what I'm supposed to learn from people and what I'm supposed to share with people. I know what it is to a specific degree, with each person. With Jerome, our relationship, we are iron sharpens iron. Both of us are rappers, and we've got a surprise for everybody coming up this week. Today is the 20th. That I'm pre-recording this, the 20th of October, 2019. I guess if you get to the end of October, and you hear these words, you'll be able to go find that he and I, I'm not going to go into it now, but I'll say that basically we've got a nice surprise for a certain group of my Facebook friends. I've got a nice surprise for you guys. My Facebook friends, I'll give a hint. Those of you who remember Gospel Music Box, I have a surprise for you that is gonna come out. Hopefully I'll have it done by the time I do episode 3. So that's my plan. So anyway, but he and I are growing with each other. He and I are growing with each other in terms of we're benefiting each other. Our friendship has a purpose, and thank God for that purpose. Because I need him in my life for a few things, and he needs me in his life for a few things, and so our friendship is purposeful, and I think that I enjoy purposeful relationships. You can have a casual friendship, which is good, and I do enjoy those. But with my casual friends, there's a time that we move from being casual friends to purposeful friends, and when I detect that we've moved into purposeful, then I understand that what it means is I understand why he and I or she and I are linked up for whatever, season or seasons or whatever. So with Alex, I was very happy. I saw him at the store yesterday, and we got a chance to talk, and I made sure that on the spot we exchanged Facebook, shebang, we became each other's friends on Facebook, and I got his phone number so that he and I could be, so I can talk with him outside of whatever else, because there's some reason that he's popped up in my life, and I want to know why. I want to know why Alex is in my life. You know what I'm saying? I want to know why, and I want to interact with him so that we can develop our friendship or whatever. So anyway, thank you to Alex for coming into the stream and kind of looking and stuff like that. So I appreciate it. And he wrote a lot of laughs, man, very entertaining. So that was very nice of him to say. And so I appreciate it. So if you do stop in and take a look at the stream, if you leave a comment, it means a lot. If you don't, no big deal, because I think Facebook is wonderful. And I'll show you this one here. I did this particular stream. I did it. I started it yesterday. So I streamed episode 1 yesterday, and at this particular point in time, as of the 20th of October, at almost 4:00 p.m., there's 75 views. Bless the Lord. And the people that chimed in, or that left a comment. Larry McCarter, he watched it. He didn't watch it when it was live. He watched it a little bit later, I believe, if it kind of worked out the way that I saw. And I'm so grateful, because Larry McCarter is Pastor Larry McCarter. He's somebody I've known for years, and I really love him a lot. If you go on to m3dots.com, if you go to m3dots.com and you click on, podcasts, if you click on podcasts or just put the mouse over podcasts, you'll see the Matt Ellipsis Show. And what that is, that's the early edition of the Matt Ellipsis Show when I used to just only record the audio. So you can check out old episodes. Do you need to check out old episodes? Not really. Only if you're really interested in that stuff. I mean, I tried to put on some good shows, in my early podcasting days or whatever. So it is what it is. It led me to this point. So if you want to check those episodes out, that's wonderful. The Larry McCarter Show, we started the show. He did, let me see how many episodes we got up there. So the Larry McCarter Show, he's got one good episode. He sent me the audio for a second episode, and I need to edit it and place it up there. And so I don't know, I'm going to have to check in with Larry about it. But the thing about it is, here's the unique perspective that you will get from Larry McCarter. Okay. Larry McCarter is someone who is an ordained minister. And matter of fact, I'll read what he put. He said, "My purpose is to help the body of Christ in being consistent and in doing God's will. In doing this, we just live a life where we apply our faith in our endeavors." He says, "I'm just a normal guy doing extraordinary things through the help of the Holy Spirit." So that's what he wrote as his blurb for his show. So you've got a practical person who knows a lot, who has seen a lot and has studied a lot and can offer a lot of insight to anybody. So I'm looking forward. He and we recorded some, so I'm going to get some of those recordings and I'm going to place it up here. So then, Larry will have a few things, and then once I kind of have his page a little bit more full with some of the audio that we've done, because I've done a lot of audio with a lot of people, so I've got to kind of pull it out and kind of dust it off and edit it and boom and put it there. And then once I have that up and running, his page, a little bit better with a lot more content on it, then I'm going to talk with him to see about, what he would like to do, if he wants to kind of add more content or, whatever, how he wants to go. Now, I'm not charging him. He's not charging me. We are doing this for the benefit of you all. And again, as I said in my first episode, my ministry right now, if you want to call it that, okay, I'm not an ordained minister, nothing like that, but I feel a loyalty and an allegiance to my family and to my Facebook friends. And so those are the two groups of people that I am dedicating my time to. That does mean that I'll be doing some stuff that, I'll be going to different places or whatever, because obviously I'm getting increasing in friends, and with friendships you do some stuff or whatever. But I think that when I talk to Larry McCarter about what he wants to do, he'll understand the focus of the M3 Dots platform, and I think he'll like it. So Larry, if you've gotten a chance to listen to just this little piece, thank you for what you've done so far, and I look forward to working with you going forward. If it works out. If it doesn't, if that's all that Larry has, believe it or not, it's worth it just to have that right there. All right, so let me get back to the point that I was making about. Oh, darn it. Now this thing is in the way. Let's see. How can I do this? I got to do this, and then this, and then that. All right. Okay. So while this was my first official stream of the new iteration, this current iteration of the Matt Ellipsis Show. I'm calling it the Matt Ellipsis Show at Facebook Live via YouTube. That is the long title of the show. It is the Matt Ellipsis Show. It is focused on Facebook Live and my Facebook friends, but I'm streaming it to Facebook Live via YouTube, which means that it's sitting on YouTube. Okay. And so that's I say that so that you understand that, you know, the earlier version of the Matt Ellipsis Show was just podcasts. You know what I'm saying? And so there's going to be different distributions. In other words, this is a distribution method of my content. The at Facebook via YouTube, that is one method of distribution of my show. There are other distribution methods, and I'm going to name those differently so that everyone understands where they're at, because I want to make it as easy as possible for me, because, you know, I don't have a big team around me just yet, and I don't want to make a big team. I do have some team members, but I'm not having them do everything that I can do for myself, you know, in terms of this here. So anyway, now I want to acknowledge Larry McCarter. He made a comment. Bless his heart. I'm so grateful. I wanted to acknowledge Diedrich. So Diedrich, let me see. Let me put a picture of him up for a minute. Let me see. What am I trying to do here? Here we go. Come on now. What's happening? Darn it. There we go. All right. Let me see if I can put his picture up so that I can say some wonderful things about him, because he deserves some wonderful things said about him. All right. So this is Diedrich and his beautiful wife Keturah, right? So I'll leave that particular picture up. Okay. So anyway, if I'm not mistaken, Diedrich and I have known each other since I was 21, 22 years old, because he was, if I'm not mistaken, he was at CCW, and one day, and he and I had talked about him coming on the show and us just kind of talking and catching up. So I wanted to say some wonderful things about him. Diedrich has been a person that he and I have never really been really close. Like, we've not, there's other people that I could name that in church, like Chris Smith, that we've spent hours and hours talking, and there was even a time when Chris was getting married where I let him know that I'm watching his marriage because I want to make sure that mine goes, it could be halfway as successful if it's possible. So Chris and I, we've got, a friendship that, I know it's a purposeful friendship, and I've gotten a lot out of my friendship with Chris. With Diedrich, it's been more of an admiration from afar, because I see him and we see each other at church. So, we've been casual with each other, and there's been some meetings, and of course we've talked, just like anybody sometimes talk. But look at this picture. Just from this picture, you can tell that he does make his wife happy, and that she does make him happy. This is a man that I've watched from afar. I've watched him be a constant presence to help the leaders that were our leaders, at the specific times that, we were in church together. And I'm positive that he's somebody that if you ever got a chance to invite him to come speak at, a gathering, or, put him in a situation where you can just hear what he's got to say, I know that you would be blessed, because this is a man that has soaked up so much insight, so much wisdom, so much kingdom and present relevant information / insight, that he oozes with gentlemanly kingdom, with kingly mindset. And I'm saying that again because I've talked to him a few times, and every time that I've talked to him, I've wanted to talk to him for a longer period of time, because he's somebody worth listening to. And so thank you, Diedrich, for all these couple of years that I've been putting things on Facebook and streaming or whatever. Diedrich will pop in and take a look for a few minutes, and that means a lot to me. For somebody who it's one thing when you see somebody that pop in and kind of comment, and they're being kind and nice, just being generous or whatever, say, hey, I'm taking a look or whatever, and that's nice. But for someone of Diedrich's caliber, I really I think highly of him, and I think that he is somebody that if he's looking at something I'm doing, I appreciate the few minutes that he spent with my content, and it means a lot, because he's someone that is someone that people can look up to. And so if Diedrich, and let him know, or that let him know how you feel, because I think that I part of the reason why with Facebook it's a good thing is because you can specifically when you're streaming, you can talk to people, and then they can catch it whenever, and they can replay it, because sometimes people need a word from you of encouragement, or need a word or whatever. And my thing is not to just say some flowery words, but I want for him to know, I want for Diedrich, I want you to know that I do appreciate every single time that I can go through my streams and see that you popped in. I really appreciate that. I thank you for doing that, because like I said, I think highly of you. And so when you make your comments, it's like yeah. So anyway, thank you, Diedrich. And let me see if you got a couple more good pictures that let me see, do I know anybody in this picture? No, I don't know. That's a nice picture. Oh, and that's his sister. Kanisha. And Kanisha's another one that is a wonderful person. And let me see. This is Portia Bird. I don't know her name. She also went to CCI, and I feel so bad because I don't remember her name. All right, let me see. Let me see what else we got going on here. I'm all up in his Facebook. Ain't that tripped out? Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Ain't they beautiful couple? Just a beautiful looking couple, man. Just a really, really beautiful looking couple, boy. Doggone it. Man, oh man. All right, there we go. Enough of that. Enough of that, because I could do that for a little while. All right, so let me go back to what I was saying, because I had a point with what I was saying here. All right, so let me go back to that. So in this other stream that I kind of, started over or whatever, I got 26 views, bless the Lord, which is nice. My brother chimed in, and this morning it was nice because I got a chance to talk to him. So he popped in, and then we got a chance to talk. And so while the stream was going on, he and I got a chance to talk for about a good hour, which was nice because my big brother and I really enjoyed talking to him. And Shelly Bryant, she chimed in. Bless her heart. Thank you so much for watching. So then that leads me to Kathy Sundahl. Now, let me see. How did I? Last week, I had to call a friend of mine, Noel Anamite. I had to call him, so I needed to call him. I thought about something. It hit me, which I think helped me really understand how valuable Facebook was. Because it's valuable, but it really hit me earlier this week, especially, and it really talking to Noel really helped me understand how significant Facebook is. Okay, so Noel, when I released the comedy special, or the MC special, or my little hour-long recording called MC, Noel gave a couple comments or whatever, which was that was nice. And so that was a couple weeks ago. So it hit me. I said I need to call Noel. So I got home, I did a few things, and I got his phone number and called him. So we talked, and I was able to record. Thank God, I was able to get some good audio that I'm going to share. Not everything, but just some of the little pieces of nuggets that he gave me during that conversation. And one of the nuggets of our conversation was, he said, hey, make sure you send a Facebook friend request to Kathy Sundahl. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing her last name right, but send a message to Kathy. And he reminded me who Kathy was, and then we looked at her page, and I was like, oh my God, I remember Kathy. Oh snaps, I remember her. And so we went to high school together. So now, so I sent her the friend request, and then I left her a message through Messenger, which I kind of like the way Messenger works. So I'm streaming the first official episode. When she gets in there at the 6-minute mark, and I love her comment. She said, ooh, kind of glad I don't have many pictures from high school on my page. Now, here's what she was responding to. I had whatever time she got in there to start looking, she noticed that I was looking for somebody to say something, to thank, somebody to thank. So I'm just scrolling, I'm scrolling through the friends figuring out who am I going to pick out and then pull up their picture, just like I did with Diedrich. So she was watching that. So that's why she kind of said that, because now now all of my friends, and I guess, forgive me, I'm going to do my best to if I'm going to pull up a picture of you, I'm going to try to do my best to pick the nicest picture that doesn't humiliate you or whatever. So just, my goal is not to humiliate anybody. Okay. So all of my friends, I value them. So I'm not going to try to humiliate you through my stream or whatever. But anyway, so that's really good, and obviously this first time that I'm doing that. So, and we're still, we haven't really talked, so we don't really know, we haven't reconnected yet fully. Anyway, so then she, when she said loving her, now I have to start getting used to the fact that when people say some stuff, I don't know specifically what they've seen, because I'm not always watching the stream at the given time or whatever. Sometimes I am watching the stream as it's happening. And sometimes I'm watching myself watch myself as I'm recording myself, watching myself watch myself. Right? But anyway, so when she put loving her, I had to think about, okay, what was she referring to? And she's talking about the part of the first episode where I was playing Shalonda Sharice's song. And so then she and I, we talked in Messenger for a few seconds, and she left me some messages, and I want to play a little bit of the message that she left me. And because I edited out some of the stuff that she probably would not want for other people to hear. This little clip, I'm saying this right now for the benefit of Sharice. Okay. Shalonda Sharice, your music, that's what she was referring to. She was referring to the song that you put out there, let me see, let me see, I might as well play a little bit of the song. Let me see if I can find it again. I subscribed to Shalonda Sharice. Shalonda Sharice. Let me see what happens when that comes up. Oh, Jesus. I don't know. Oh, go to my subscriptions. Duh. Okay, here we go. Oh, goodness. Let me see. Manage. Oh, see. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so yeah, so all right. Oh, I like how this works. You can see all the things that you are subscribed to. Oh, my son. Doggone it. Okay, let's see here. Where's the doggone Sharice? Doggone it. Man. All right. Now I hate with, so I'm not gonna find it right now. Okay. Anyway, if you look in episode 1, kind of scroll until you see Shalonda Sharice's face, and then you'll see the song. That's episode 1. I was gonna play a little bit of it now, but skip it because it's too much trouble. All right. So anyway, so Kathy makes a comment about it in a voice message. So I want to play a little bit of that message just so you guys can hear. So let me turn the volume up a little bit here. All right. So this is Kathy talking about and so she's commenting. So my stream is out there, and so this is some of the feedback that I'm getting from the show, just from the first episode, and I'm so grateful. Okay, I'm so very grateful. Here we go.
Okay, so I had to step out of the show because I'm going to pick my oldest son up from work. and my phone's getting ready to die. So glad I got to see you doing your thing tonight. Love that you're giving the shout out to the musicians that aren't like super well known outside of certain groups and stuff. That's fantastic. I really, really loved her song, You're Here for a Good Reason. It absolutely speaks to kind of where I'm at right now and so forth. So, and it was just so interesting to watch you in your form tonight. And how that last song just really, like, I saw it hit your soul, and I was having a hard time not crying because, as I said, that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I've survived a lot. I've been through a lot. I've survived a lot. And
so that's all I'll play on that, right? Okay, I can X out of this. So that is that audio testimony is a small reflection of what I'm looking for from my Facebook friends from my Facebook friends. I'm not looking for necessarily, hey, Matt, you're wonderful, whatever. It's not that. When something that I put up is helpful and beneficial to somebody, even if it's for a few minutes, that means a lot to me. And that's what I'm here for. For in this season, that's what I'm here for. I am here to do my best to tailor make the content that I've got, the songs, the videos, the audio interviews. There are things that I'm doing that I'm tailor making for each of the Facebook friends that I have. And so it means a lot to me that, Kathy, that you would share those kind words with me. Thank you. Thank you for now, your voice is now a part of episode 2 of this show. So there you go. It will live in infamy because it will always be here or whatever. So anyway, thank you for that. So that is what I wanted to, show that. And so if you have, let me do this for a second. So if you personally, if you got things that you want me to share on the show, okay, it's not that difficult for us to do that. Via Facebook, you just message me, inbox message me, and then we'll kind of go from there. If you're watching this on YouTube, send me an email at m3dots@yahoo.com, or let's see here. I want to go here. You can put your email address here, okay? I do want to send correspondence to email. Right now I'm focusing on Facebook. Over time, I will focus on email addresses later. So that way, as I pull back from Facebook Live, not that saying that I'm going to do that anytime soon, but I'm going to do my best to serve here in Facebook. And then there is I have a plan. There's a plan that once I accomplish in Facebook Live via YouTube, once the show accomplishes the objectives that we meant to accomplish in Facebook Live, YouTube mode, then I can start to pull back and allow other people to do what they're going to do, because it is about empowerment. And then I can begin to focus on the next phase, because I'm looking I'm looking to be blessing a lot of people wherever I'm at. In this current phase, Facebook Live, that's my focus. And then I've been privileged with the opportunity. To do a weekly live performance / show. So here it is. So the Matt Ellipsis Show that you're watching on Facebook Live is my opportunity to you to sort of take some of my, footage and stuff that I've accumulated over the years, and different pastors, different people that I love and that love me, and sort of send that to you all, specifically my Facebook friends. The Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live Lounge, that is my outreach opportunity. So that's the third segment of the population that I am working towards being a blessing to. So number one, I've got to, serve my family as best as I can. Okay. And by no means would I say that my service to my family is perfect or whatever. I wouldn't say that it is. But I'm present for duty at minimum. I'm here. I'm here. My second group of people that I desire to serve is my Facebook friends. Okay. The third group of people are people that I haven't met yet, but there's segments of the population that I'm putting out specific calls for these people. Now, so on Friday nights from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., that's where you can actually see me in person in Sparta, Wisconsin. I'm right now, I don't have any travel plans. And if you do desire for me to come and travel to where you're at, I'm open to it. Go to Messenger and send me an inbox message and we'll discuss it and figure it out. Okay. But for the most part, right now, for a year, Friday nights, I have a Friday night commitment from 6 to 8 where I'm doing outreach to certain segments of the population that I personally feel need some attention. Okay. Now I'm going to, if you go to this, there's a list I want you to take a look at. Okay. The Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. So if you go to m3dots.com, all right, and you find the link that says the Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. Okay. Click on that link. All right. And right now, this is an underdeveloped list. This is just what I have so far. Okay. So I'm going to leave this up for a second and I'm going to take a small break. Okay. And when I come back, I'm going to talk to you about what I've got planned for 608 Live at, from the Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. Okay. I'm going to talk about that here in a moment. So I'm going to leave this up. Let me find a song for me to play. Oh, I don't think I can leave it up. Well, maybe I can. Yeah, you know what? Let me see here. Let's see what the deal is. Let's see. Yeah.
It's important that I watch and pray without ceasing. It's important that I watch and pray without ceasing. I'm supposed supposed to have faith in God for the dream. The vision is written, it'll come to pass, though it seems to tarry. Day by day it seems so scary, because my life is full of unexpected drama like you carry. I'm a working man, feet shy with the gospel and this present anti-Christ system is so hostile to true prophets and apostles and the rest of the fivefold. Pressure from every side, trying to subdue the boldness of the message. But yo, it must go forth. Though we be oppressed, the gates of hell should never thwart God's plan. Cause God can move through the church and the earth. We co-labor with God for God's work. Must be fulfilled, established in God's will. That's why I'm scrapping with the devil in the field. But I gotta change positions. I'm seated as a priest. Promotion comes from God, not politicians. Christ in me makes me sufficient, though I may be so deficient. These Christian concepts, we work, we be efficient. So I chase demons and make demons be ekbalo. The cross made the children's bread easy to swallow.
It's important that I watch and pray without ceasing. It's important that I watch and pray. Without ceasing. Hey, thank you very much for your patience with me. Thanks for sitting through that song. That particular song, that one's called Important. And let me see, did I put that? I do have that one on my website. You can download it or listen to it or whatever. So, anyway, so, I got to the I came to understand that I'm an MC, okay? And it was a blessing for my leaders at Toro, my job. It was a blessing for them to ask me. It was a blessing for me that they would ask me to be the MC for the Owners Day event. And there was a little bit of time, I wrote a bunch of comedy material that I haven't really tested. So, I feel that it's funny, and I did start the process of working towards, being a comedian or whatever. And I remember that the what year was that? Was it 2017? Yeah, I believe it was March 2017. I have to look up everything, but my time here in Toma has been good for my family. And I appreciate all the people that I've met in Toma. I really, really appreciate everybody that I've met in Toma. There was a little bit of time that I used to work at the Walmart, the local grocery store here in Toma. I am currently, at Toro. And it's a bunch of wonderful people there at Toro that I've gotten the privilege to get to know. I don't know everybody, but I do, I'm in a position where I got a chance to see a lot of people and find that, that Toma is the Toro branch of Toro, both the distribution center and the regular location, the main plant, that there's a bunch of wonderful people there. Toma, believe it or not, it's a small town probably, if you're in Chicago, probably as big as Oak Park, maybe, not that small, not that large, or whatever, but it's a smaller town, but it's big, it's to do what we got to do. And when we moved, we used to live in Camp Douglas for a little while, and so we would drive into town to go grocery shopping and stuff like that, which was an experience in and of itself. But when we finally moved to Toma proper, I was very happy because I was close to Walmart. I was not that far from the job that I had at that particular time. I was working at Fort McCoy, and so I still have friendships with people at Fort McCoy. Some of them are in my Facebook friends. But anyway, I did not ever. There was never a time where I felt that I was gonna make Toma my home. Throughout all the years that I've been here, the first time that I started coming up to Fort McCoy was in 1997 and 1998 with my reserve unit. We used to come here, for our annual training and throughout parts of the year or whatever. So I'm very familiar with Fort McCoy because that's where, that's where I was always, we would always come up here. And then I got stationed up here right before my wife and I got married, and I spent 2.5 years here, and I would come into Toma really only to go to Walmart, but I would not hang out in town. I didn't go to any churches out in town. We had stuff going on post, and that's where I stayed, on post. Then several years later, I was granted the privilege of becoming an employee of the 88th Regional Support Command here at Fort McCoy. And so I would work here, and this was 2009. Yeah, 2000. I became a E8. I'll figure out the time period. I'll figure this whole time period. But anyway, I got a job at the 88th, and it was a very interesting experience to be a paralegal. I was a military paralegal, to have my reserve unit in Illinois and my home in Illinois, but then my full-time job here at Fort McCoy. So I would leave on Sunday nights or early Monday morning and drive the 4.5 hours or so to get up here to start work at 6 o'clock in the morning on Monday. And then from Monday to Thursday, I would work 10-hour days. So I would get my 40 hours and then drive back home Thursday night, get home in the middle of the night, be at my home, on Friday, be with my family, Saturday, be with the family. If I had drill, then that means on Friday, I'd have either off on Friday or I'd have to work on Friday, go to my reserve unit in Illinois. So then we work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. A lot of times I would have to work that if I had drill Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because what we had to do on Saturday and Sunday was important enough that I had to kind of get there early, or whatever. And so, and at that time I was a master sergeant on the military side, and I was a GS9 on the civilian side at Fort McCoy. So, so that was my life, balancing 2 jobs in 2 states, and all of that. And while doing that, I did that for over a year, and I got tired of it. But at that particular time, I was at the tail end of a particular saga in my marriage, and that time driving really helped me. It helped me write some songs. Let me play a clip of one of the songs that I made during. Let me play a clip of one of the songs that I made during that season, and I didn't get this recorded until over the past year and a half, but I had the elements of it at that particular time, and it means so much to hear it. Let me see, where is it at, man? Doggone it, I'm looking for Candle. Where's Candle at? Is Candle not on the Triple Dipple Shebang album? Let me see if I can find where Candle is. Just want to play. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I knew it was on there. Okay, here we go. So this is featuring Terrence Frederick. Okay, I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but just listen to this hook. I wrote the hook, and then I sent it to Terrence Frederick. He recorded it, sent it back to me, and then I was able to kind of put together this draft of the song. Oh, I gotta put the
spirit of man is a candle.
I'm sorry. Let me run this back. I messed up. I had the volume down. There we go.
The spirit of man is a candle, enabling you to see and know His will, that you may be in tune with your mission, tuned in your vision. That's why you must listen like
We've got an advantage that most people don't have.
So there you go. So that's one of the songs that I worked on during that season. So that was I was on the road a lot with my little putt vehicle, driving back and forth. There was even and I want to say that it was over the span of a year that I became the sound man at church somehow, at CCI. So my regiment was once a month I'd have drill, 3 days or 2 days or whatever the amount was. So so we'd have our drill. So it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday here at Fort McCoy. Drive home Thursday night. Get home by early Friday morning. If I have drill, then, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, do whatever I got to do. Otherwise, Friday, I'm at home with my family. Saturday, home with the family or whatever. And then on Sunday, go down to church, function as the sound man. Family go to church. And then, after that, and the church was in Chicago Heights. My family and I, we lived on the west side of Chicago. So we drive down to Chicago Heights, and then after church, do whatever we do after church, and then come home. I kind of get me a little nap before I've got to get ready to hit the road again, and then, drive up to Fort McCoy. And I did that back and forth. And I remember, I remember asking the Lord why I am doing this, because, I wasn't as disciplined, doing that routine every week for over a year. It's a routine. You just do it. Now, doing it well is gonna depend on discipline. I wanted to spend a lot of time at home if I could. So sometimes I wouldn't leave until like 2:00 in the morning. So now I got a 4.5 hour ride that I got to try to get there in 4 hours. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still sleepy. So, and so I made it tough on myself because I wasn't I did it. And so I was disciplined enough to get it done and kind of work it out. But I wasn't disciplined enough to really, leave on Sunday night, like go to church and go. When I come home from church, immediately get a nap for like 4 or 5 hours, hit the road at 11 o'clock and then get there. Sometimes I did it. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, just overall. And because I didn't do it in a way that I made sure I got enough rest, I was burning myself out, and I asked God, I said, why am I doing this? And also, I need to say this. Now, this part that I'm going to tell you, I doubt that my wife would agree with it. We'll see if she ever listens to this part of it, or if this ever brought up. I don't know if she would agree with what I'm about to say, but I feel that what I'm about to say is true. So we'll leave that up to judgment later. Okay. So this piece right here. So, in that time period that I asked God, why am I doing this? I have an answer. I got an answer back from the Lord on that. So I'm gonna put that to the side. There was another piece that's important to this, is that I remember venting to my wife about how annoyed I was about going back and forth. And in theory, it is good to be able to talk to your wife, talk to your spouse about what bothers you, and what's going on. Let me see. I want to do something. I need to X out of this. And let me see if I can pull up m3dots.com the right way. Yeah, because I had that thing on the side and it was getting on my nerves. There we go. All right, so now let me go. Doggone it. Look at that. Am I logged? I know. Let me log out. Please forgive me. I'm annoyed by the theme editor right now, sitting up there. I should not be annoyed by it. You know what? I'm not going to let it annoy me. It's sitting up there. I didn't want that to be up there. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know if I don't know why it's sitting up there at the moment, but it's up there. Forget it. Okay. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay. Anyway, what I was saying is that, so my wife, I learned that my wife is a very, very resourceful, powerful woman. So she knows how to make stuff happen. And I have to be careful, or I learned to be very careful when I complain about certain things, when I give some type of forecast of what I'd like to see, because my wife, I will say something that I'm thinking, and then I'll leave, go to work or whatever, and then I'll come back and my wife will have set it all up. And it's amazing how she does. It's amazing how resourceful, how powerful. There's absolutely nothing that I can think of that my wife can't do. Okay? She's done so many things. One of the things that's amazing, in this season, during the time that we were living in Camp Douglas, my wife and I, we were talking about doing homeschool, and she was doing it by herself. I was just working, and I wasn't really involved in, all the teaching and all of that type of stuff, because partially I was working my reserve job out in Illinois and working at my civilian job, and then I'd be trying to we had a group conclave download, so I had stuff going on, and probably in my wife's eyes, probably in her eyes, my priorities were completely off, and that's something that I'd have to grant you all the opportunity to ask her if my priorities were wrong or whatever, and they probably were, but I don't know if I agree fully with that, but I'm just saying that in her mind my priorities were probably wrong, but I wasn't able to put in a lot of my energy into homeschooling Nathan, homeschooling my son, or whatever. And so one of the best things that could have happened is my wife found out that Toma was setting up a Montessori school. So she got involved, and there was a lottery, and then, our child was picked as part of, the first year. So my son has been, and if you're homeschooling your children, probably if you're short of homeschooling them, the next probably best thing would be Montessori, as far as I understand, based on the way my wife talks about it, and I really trust her judgment on that. And she's been actively involved with that school for all the years of my son's school career so far. And it's pretty doggone amazing, and I really, in thinking about where to live and in thinking about stuff like that, I've never really thought about school system stuff, and even having a child, it just never came up for me as something to think about. And I thank God that I have a great mother as a wife. I know that my children are in the best possible hands. There's no one that I can think of better than my wife, caring for my for our babies or whatever. And speaking from a person that grew up when my father, if you ever ask my father about what was it like raising 3 children, what was it like raising your 3 children or whatever, one of the things that come out of his mouth is, we had 35 babysitters and blah, blah, blah. And he would talk about all the difficulties there was to raise children or whatever. So I kind of understand when we were going to those babysitters, I remember, how much of a burden it was on my dad to come over to the babysitter's house and see weird stuff happening. I remember one situation where the babysitter had me in some type of hold or whatever, and maybe because I was being silly and running around or whatever, but she had me in some hold, and then my dad comes, and so there's a situation or whatever. There was another situation where this lady put her hands in my pants and squeezed, it's like, whoa, what's going on there, so we've had some unique situations dealing with babysitters. So I'm very grateful that I've been married to the greatest mom that I've ever known. And I'm not saying that my mother was not a great mom. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that my mother was a great mom. I love my mother, and I'm very, very happy that I had the upbringing that I had that positioned me to have a good relationship with my father and a good relationship with my mother. Though they weren't in the same household, I got the privilege of that. It's a privilege to have a relationship with both of your parents, and it still be decent enough to where you can talk to them. I can call my parents anytime I want. We don't talk every day, but I love my parents, and I know they love me, and I'm glad that I was born to my mother and my father, and I think that they are wonderful. And I'm grateful for the sacrifices that both my mother and my father made in order to give me the opportunities that I currently have, as well as, you know, the upbringing that they gave me, because it gave me a really good background, which I'll go into later. But anyway, and it helped me appreciate how good of a mother my wife is. So my mother is the mother that I've, always known. And then obviously you see other mothers or whatever, but my wife as a mother, top notch, great mother. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you, Val, for being a great mother. I'm really grateful. So anyway, God has really blessed my wife while here. My wife is she's a member of Lighthouse. Let me see here. Let me see if I can get this. Lighthouse, Toma. All right, here we go. The Lighthouse Assembly of God Church here in Toma. Okay, this particular faith community is wonderful. This is a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Okay, I'm really happy that my wife has decided that this is the place that our family would be. They are some wonderful people. Over the past several years that my wife has been going there, I've gotten a chance to interact with many people, to include the pastor, Pastor Kurt, and he's a really good man. He's this is a good situation here at this particular church. So I'm grateful. So thank you, Lighthouse, for being a blessing to my wife, and to my children. Thank you very much. So here we go. So that's and again, they're here in Toma. Let me see here. So what was I doing here? Oops. Yeah. Wait. Do I need to? Did I make another browser? I didn't mean to make another browser. Okay. Boom. Okay. Now. All right. So I put that sidebar. I needed to make mention of that, just because it was in my head to say. So no. Now let me get back to. Let's go back to 2009 or whatever time period this is, before like I said, the situation is home is on the west side of Chicago, church is down in Chicago Heights, and my full-time civilian job is at Fort McCoy. And thank God that my reserve job is 30 minutes away from my home. Thank God for that. So that's my scenario for more than a year, and I'm driving back and forth. And I remember one night asking the Lord, why am I driving back and forth like this? Why? And the answer that I got back was 4 words. And these 4 words changed my life, or at least it adjusted my perspective. And these 4 words that God gave me made me regret complaining to my wife that the drive was bothering me. and that I was bothered by it. I was tired of it, and I'd vent about it or whatever, I should not have vented to my wife, because me venting to my wife stayed with her. And because my wife listens to me, my wife cares about me. And so it set some things in motion that caused a conflict that right now in 2019, I'm finally at the end of that conflict. Okay? The 4 words that God told me, the complaining that I did with my wife, those 2 things put me in a situation that from 2009 roughly, 2000, I'm going to get this right, 2007, 8, or 9, I'm going to get that right in a few minutes, up until 2019. So we're talking about a nice little, now how long was this? Okay, so let me see. 2013 came back. Hold on. Give me just a minute here. Let me make sure I figure this out right. 13, 12, 11. So it must have been 11. So I must have got the job here at Fort McCoy in 2009. And it must have been, right, because my son was born. Right. So I got the job here in the spring, roughly the spring of 2009 is when I started this. So from 2009 up to 2000, from 2009, so let's go with 2010-ish. So late 2009, early 2010, those 4 words and my complaining to my wife made it so that starting in roughly 2010 to 2019, there was a conflict that finally 2019 is finally over with. And that ending of that conflict is part of the birthing of this particular, of this iteration of the Matt Ellipsis Show. And now it's different distribution methods. Facebook, at Facebook via YouTube, and at 608 Live. So right now I'm talking about the Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. This is, how it's all connected. Okay. So now here's the 4 words that God said to me. I asked him, why am I driving back and forth? And his answer was, this is your territory. When he said that, shortly after I got that information, and I'm going to tell you something, it gave me peace because I understood what that meant. I understood what jurisdiction meant. I understood what he meant by that was my territory. There's a whole bunch of stuff I could talk about a little bit later on. But those 4 words that he put in my heart made me relax and say, okay, I got it. Now, I had still complained to my wife, and I didn't talk to my wife about what I got from the Lord. I didn't. And maybe I should have. But at that same time, I was dealing with the emotions of me messing up in my marriage during the first 5 years. We got married in 2005. So, from 2005 up until 2009, 2010, man, especially that drive back and forth, that was helping my marriage, believe it or not, because I was gone, money was going all right. And, it was, and then we would spend some time together, if at all possible on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, go to church or whatever. And so we just kind of was doing our thing, or whatever. And it just made it so that my wife was able to, have some peace because I wasn't around. We could talk on the phone if we did or whatever. Just, sometimes time heals some stuff. And so thank God for that year or so that I was doing that. But in that time period, I did end up complaining to my wife about that. And I remember another element of it. I was looking at how much I was getting paid, and I was thinking that, darn it, I don't think we're going to make it to this amount this year. And, I was tithing at that time, and we messed around, and I couldn't believe it. I had made more that year than the year before when I was fully on an active, in an active duty scenario. So I'm like, ain't this a trip? I'm complaining about this back and forth, but I'm actually doing pretty doggone good. And again, I never retracted my complaints to my wife. I just let them complaints sit out there. You know what I'm saying? I didn't cancel them out and say, baby, you know what? This is actually going pretty good. Thank you for what you're doing at home. I didn't do that. That's my mistake. That is one of my biggest mistakes, is to complain to my wife, to complain about some stuff, and then just let them complaints just sit there. And it probably put me, right now, there's a lot of stuff that I don't talk about because I don't want to complain to my wife because, doggone it, I don't have much to complain about. God's been good to me. My wife's been good to me. My jobs have been good to me. Things have worked out pretty good. I've got some crappy circumstances that I'm dealing with at different times or whatever, but overall, when I look at it overall, long view, life is pretty doggone good. Thank you, Lord. Doggone it. So anyway, as soon as I get that message from the Lord, okay, that this is my territory. Now I'm learning a little bit more about this area, and there was a particular guy by the name of Pastor Joseph McLean. I won't talk about him just yet, but he had started a church and he was living in Toma, and he was trying to get me to hang out in Toma a lot or whatever, and I wasn't having it, because I was still trying to figure out, okay, if this is my territory, I'm still trying, I didn't really fully grasp all the details of it as I've grasped it now, but this is, like I said, I've been coming around Fort McCoy since 1997, 1998. So I've driven these roads back and forth from Chicago Heights to Fort McCoy for years, both routes, from the Milwaukee route and the Madison route, So anyway, after I get that information, I get the opportunity to move to California. Thought I was just going to be there for a year, mobilization scenario. Thought I was going to be there for a year, but it ended up being 3 years. My son was born, and my family moved out there. So now we're in California. So, of course, I'm thinking even more like, wait a minute, what you mean this is your territory over here? That back and forth between Chicago Heights and Fort McCoy. What do you mean this is my territory? But I'm out in California. And they keep renewing the California contract for an addition, to up to the 3-year mark. I'm bewildered. And I'm gonna tell you something. California's nice. We wanted to stay out there. When I figured out that the circumstances, I'm not gonna get into that. We had to come back. I'm telling you, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough to leave California. And where now this is why I'm going to go into this a little bit again. My wife might disagree with what I'm about to say, but this is the way that I interpret the circumstances. Back in 2009, I complained to my wife about that drive back and forth. But by the time I was in California and getting ready to come back and go to my job, not only was I at peace with the idea of driving back and forth, I was ready to do it. I was looking forward to getting back to going back to the way it was, where I had my home on the west side of Chicago with the studio that my wife built for me. My wife built me a studio in the basement. She painted the walls purple to say, Matt, you're royalty, blessing me like that. And she got me a ceiling fan. She set up the room, the booth area. She set it up for me to, she set me up. My wife set me up lovely. And I just wanted to get back to that because I was gone from it for 3 years. And I just wanted to get back to my home and get back to that life where I was driving back and forth so that I could, because I appreciated the situation that God put me in. I had a good situation and I was complaining, so I didn't appreciate the good situation. I was complaining about it. And if I had not complained to my wife about it, we might have been able to do what I was hoping. I was hoping that my family would have moved back from California, moved back into our home on the west side of Chicago. And I continue to do that drive back and forth to Wisconsin. I would go back to my job at the 88th. And then eventually I would search for and find a job, because my reserve unit was still out in Illinois, not that far from, it was right there. And then find a job or that I would be moved, because things were happening in Illinois. And I just knew I just needed to keep doing that for a little while. And then I'd be able to come back to Illinois. And if this is my territory, back and forth, I know things are going to work out, but at least I can function out of my home base, because that was my power base. My basement, then the first floor, and then the second floor. If I could redo if I could redo some stuff, man, it would be wonderful. I'm not mad about. I'm just saying if I could have worked it out. So that's why I've learned to just be a little bit more silent about things when I'm not happy about stuff, because my words have enough power to cause my circumstances to go differently than it should go. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, and again, I got some religious people in my life that would say, "Oh, it's perfect," and I got so whatever. Okay, I'm telling the story that from my experience and my feelings, as well as my practical, looking at it long view that I have. Darn it, I need to. I hear the rustling upstairs, so I'm gonna take a small little break. Okay, let me play a video for you guys. Just a few minutes of a video, if you don't mind. Please indulge me. Let me see here. What can I play? Let me go to M3.TV for a second here. And then that way I can kind of go and check on what's happening for a few minutes. And I promise that I won't take too long, but I just want to. Okay. Let me see here. Okay. So let me play this one. All right. Let me see. When was this? This, I believe, happened during the time when I was living in Camp Douglas, I believe. So I had to travel out to Illinois for this particular event. Bless the Lord. So so let me just play this for a few minutes, okay? Let me turn the volume up.
I'll just go to the next song.
So let me just say something about this. So this jacket, I don't have that many. I don't have a lot. So I've worn this jacket for a lot of months. I love that double tie, the music tie. I don't know. I think maybe my wife did it. Anyway, one little thing about this little, I would keep the microphone in the mic stand, and then just use my hands, in order to sort of. But I remember reading something from CD Baby, and they were talking a little bit about the performances. Once in a while, do something with the mic, and so in my mind, I'm like, okay, what I'm doing is take the mic out of the thing, kind of add to it or whatever. That's how I feel comfortable with put the mic up and so anyway, I felt really good when I was doing my performance or whatever. Again, this is sniffing my. Let me get this one. Ending of it, I wasn't prepared per se. So, you know, that little things like that. I'm so grateful that the cameraman panned or whatever, and you know, I've had to really, I've had some bad cameraman experiences. So I'm so grateful that video footage worked out like it did. You have no idea, how grateful I am to have that whole, you know, kind of that you know, just the panic and that crowd part of it. Again, listen, you know, I don't mean to sniff my own. Okay, I'm not that, you know, but anyway, point is that I'm so grateful because when they received what I did, it felt good personally. I thought that I'd be able to perform with them again. I applied again, and I'm talking about they have not emailed me back at all. I even sent them the video of me doing it so that they could be like reminded, hey, remember I did a good job? And they haven't called me back at all. So I've not been able to perform there again. I don't know. I don't know why not. Anyway, whatever. Bless the Lord. But at least I've got the experience. Bless the Lord. So anyway, so now to pick up where I left off, I moved. We're in California, and in 2013. That's when my assignment up in California ended. And so it's time for us to move back to the Midwest. I needed for my wife and my family to move back into the west side of Chicago and me go back to my job at Fort McCoy and go back to the routine that we had in 2009. I needed that. I needed it. But when I presented it to my wife, I did not present it as this is what we gonna do. I did not present it that way. And I should not have. I'm glad I didn't. Because my wife and I, our relationship was in a good place, good enough place. Okay. When we moved to California, our relationship was in a tough spot, but we were having a child and it was getting, you know, whatever. By the time we left California, it was a little bit better than we left, in my opinion. I presented to my wife the two options. As a matter of fact, I don't remember. I might have to look at old emails. I don't know how I presented it to her, but basically, she decided we're moving to the Midwest. I don't want you to have that drive because I know you were sick of it, and I felt so bad that I had complained because when she said that, she was making a decision to move to Wisconsin, and part of that consideration was for my driving habits and my feelings about the drive. And I know she loves me, and I'm grateful for that, you know. And even though I don't know if I expressed that I want to do that again. The circumstances, my wife could not move back into that, she couldn't move back into that place. So she found a place in Camp Douglas, and so we moved to Camp Douglas. which is about maybe 30 minutes away from Fort McCoy. So come back to my job, and I'm working at Fort McCoy, and we're living in Camp Douglas, and I had drill in Illinois, and I had a home in Illinois, and that was the circumstances. And at that time also, we started Conclave Download. So that was going on. Now, when I came back to the Midwest from California, I was prepared, because while in California, God gave me a sandbox called 400 Liggett, in the surrounding areas. He gave me a sandbox to practice being me. My stage name was the M ... I don't think I changed it to Matt Ellipsis until during the 2000, before my daughter was born. Okay, so 2014 maybe. So the 3 years in California, it gave me the opportunity to implement some of my ideas and see them work, see the benefits and the pros and the cons, the benefits and the excrement from it. And I was able to learn a lot and come back with a well-developed book of strategies. So I was ready. I was ready to do some M ... stuff. By the time because now that assignment is over, and now I'm going back to one job, and my reserve unit I was just going to be doing once a month, or whatever was required, but I was going to be able to work it. I was going to work that back and forth so that I could build what I felt I was supposed to build. There was a glitch. The flaw in my logic was with Conclave Download and Rock the Spot. So the Conclave Download scenario was one thing, and the Rock the Spot saga, as I'll call it, those two things, they gradually took me off of what my original plans were. And even though we moved to Camp Douglas, which sort of messed up what I had planned, because it was going to be, I had my home base in Chicago, and then I'd be going back and forth, and I'd be able to do what I got to do. But even with living in Camp Douglas and having a lot of my stuff in storage, and, dealing with the building, whatever, I thought I was working some stuff out or whatever, but I was a little bit off. God worked it out for my good, and all of this stuff, very, very valuable. The Rock the Spot saga, I'm going to go into that in a future episode. In the Conclave Download saga, I will talk about that, way down the line. But it was that season really ended right before I want to say 2017-ish or whatever. That was a really interesting scenario, which I'm happy about that it worked out the way it did, sort of. And then I ended up in 2017, ended up quitting my civilian job, and I ended up deciding that it's time for me to pull back from the reserves because I was working a lot, back and forth. It just, I was done. And there's more to it, but I've got a lot of recordings from that season that I can't wait to share, to help talk about some of the reasons why I feel the way I feel and do the things I do or whatever. So anyway, in 2017, I started on a mission to do my music and go places or whatever, and become a full-time, full-time at what I'm doing in terms of my music and talk radio and blah, 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 whatever. And it didn't work out the way that I had planned, and so I needed to start working again. So I started working, and I got a civilian job, and now all I have is my civilian job. I don't drill anymore, one job. And so now I'm in a good position because I got the one job, and when I'm off, I'm home with the children, and then I can work on my little creativity stuff or whatever. Bless the Lord. I'm so grateful to God for this situation. So in all of this time, I've met a lot of people. Met a lot of people that I care about and love, and that some of them are in my Facebook family here, my Facebook friends, whatever, right? So 608 Live, during the time that when I came back from California, that was at the same time that there was a new employee named Angelo that had showed up. Okay? And he was a DJ. And I started the process while I was in California. I started the process of accepting that I'm an MC. I used to just think that I was a rapper and that's it. But an MC is a little bit more responsibility, and I think that's a little bit more of what I am. Because I think that I'm more comfortable with the term MC more than I am comfortable with the term minister by far. You know what I'm saying? And I'm no longer only comfortable with the term rapper. For years, that's all I referred to myself as. But it feels very, very comfortable to call myself an MC. Okay? And so the natural ally of the MC is the DJ. When you have a DJ and MC team, works out good. And so somehow, Angelo and I, we just and so he did something that was amazing. He got himself a club, a location, and he started doing some stuff in Sparta. I said, oh my God, wow, that's amazing. So periodically, I would come to the club and I'd do my thing. Now, at this time, I'm still busy. I'm still running around or whatever. So we work together, in bits and pieces. But I've always longed for the opportunity to work with him extensively because I knew that we would work well together. And so he's been doing this club for 3 years. And when I left the job, because he and I, we were coworkers. When I left the job, I started to travel around, and I began to really see how important it is to do what I do. Plus, at the same time, I see how non-profitable it was for me. And so I talked with him throughout my process, and he's talked to me throughout his process of dealing with his place. And so we've kept in touch as we've transitioned and grown with our 2 separate businesses. And so it came at the right season that 608 Live, they now sell beer, and they now have they've shifted their focus. They used to be focused on the teens, and I remember coming to hang out with the teens or whatever, and Angelo has been a blessing to that community, because a lot of parents, when they know that they're hanging out with when they know that their children are hanging out with Angelo at the at 608 Live, that their children were in good hands, and that place has been a great place for the young people to be, and for him to bless those young people. Great thing. Now, a lot of those children have grown up and gone or whatever, and so it's not the same teen hangout thing that it was. And so now he's shifted focuses. And so, it looks like he wants to open it up to the community more. So, so getting licensed to be able to sell beer puts him in a position where he can get more, he can be, his place can be a place for a different segment of the population, that are adults, right? 21 and over or whatever. So it works well with me. Let me see. It sounds like my babies are coming downstairs. Give me a second. What's up, man? No. I had to mess up the power, because one of the outlets is out upstairs, so I messed up everything.
No, Daddy, just wanted to give some toys to my family.
Okay, what
some
you get?
My toys.
Okay, let me see
like
it.
You can keep that one.
I can have this, but he's scary. Bum 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 bum.
No, he's a clown, so he's funny.
Oh, he's funny?
Yeah, because he's a clown.
So, what time are you guys leaving?
And church was over. I'm serious.
Church was over? Okay. Well. So,
What is it?
Nothing. Why you give me this?
Because I want to give some toys to you guys.
So, what do you want? Do you want money?
Well, I already have a lot of toys. So I'm giving some toys to you guys.
Yeah, I got you.
608 Live. Really? 608 Live.
Is there something wrong with 608 Live?
Well, a lot better than that.
What did you feel like, baby, when you went to 608 Live? How did you like it when you went over there?
Well, I like...
Dad, could you get this for me?
What?
Could you get this for me?
Get what?
This, I made an accident. Could you get this for me?
Well, I was just about to ask the baby something.
Oh yeah, I remember that, Tiki. Like, there's an orange door, a light orange door, and you need a key to open.
I'm going
that.
to hit pause for a second.
And
You
then
have to make a Kwame.
no.
Okay. So that was nice. My babies came down, hung out with me. So I kind of lost my train of thought. And maybe that's good. Maybe it's good that I'm done. Anyway, what has basically happened is, I think I said that the DJ and the MC, we are natural allies. So when after I did the event with Owners Day, and if you want to look at that, you just put in Matt Ellipsis EMCEE, put that into YouTube, and it should pop right up. Anyway, so when I did that after I did that, it gave me enough confidence to talk to Angelo and find out what's going on, because I'm ready to sit down and actually have my own events. Maybe a little bit later I'll talk about why I've got it set up this way, but I need to just say, here's how I have it set up. Okay. So starting November 8th, okay. Starting November 8th, the Matt Ellipsis Show will be at 608 Live from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. And that's in Sparta. The address is right here, 620 Industrial Drive, Suite 1 in Sparta. If you have been in this area, you probably heard of it, you know. And so my intention for my little 2-hour block each week is to target a different group of the population with a certain type of event that will be tailor-made for them. As much as it would be nice to have a lot of people come out, I think what I really want is specific people to come out. Because I'm going to be, the goal overall is I want to interact with these people so that we can do some things specific to them. We're gonna audio and video record, majority of the night, and then some of the stuff I'll bring to you all, my Facebook friends, just so you can see what we've done. But my intention is to love on different groups of the population, give them some information, insight, or whatever that I feel that I've got for them, as well as pull together different people and different things that these specific groups of people would be blessed by. Okay, so overall, it's kind of an open mic, but not exactly. Okay. If you look at this list, at the top of the list, it says variety night. So what I'm hoping to do is talk to all the artists in Toma, Sparta, La Crosse, anywhere that there's an artist within 50 miles of 608 Live. You are welcome, okay, you're welcome to come to 608 Live and share what you've got to share. Right now, this is not a paying gig, okay? This is not a paying gig for the bands. And if that is something that you need to get paid to do your thing, I understand, okay? And for this next 12 months, from November 2019 through October 2020, I don't think that I'll be in a position to pay any bands to come and perform during the 608 Live, the Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. I don't think that I'll be able to do that. If you are a band though, or if you're a performer, if you're a dancer, whatever your art form is that you are willing to share, if you would be willing to come and share your talent with everybody on whatever specific night that we designate, or nights, okay? Then here's what I can do for you, which will be probably a little bit, it'd be nice to get $50, $60 or whatever, but what I want to give you is a lot more than that, because I've already paid for it and I've already set some stuff up. One of the things that's real important sometimes for a band or performance or whatever, it's nice to have your footage in front of an audience, that a good audience. And my goal will be to put you, if you decide that you want to, build a relationship with the Matt Ellipsis Show, my team members, our goal is we're gonna provide a good audience and a good context for you to do what you do. If you're a band and you've got instruments and stuff like that, I want to make sure that you have a really good setup. So we'll make sure that all your instruments are set up and sound good for the room. And then if you go through the trouble of setting up your equipment and stuff like that, then I want to make sure that you get a nice, good set in front of a good audience that is able to receive you. They know how to applause when it's time to applause. They know how to applause and bring you on with love and make you feel loved, as well as you will be, because you'll be giving them the benefit of what you do. And so that's one bullet point: a good audience, a good context to do what you do. Okay. So so that's a big deal. If you've performed in adverse conditions, then you understand it, especially if a person's doing comedy. I put Alan Edge in a bad position. He did some comedy at our wedding, and at the same time that he was doing his comedy, we were cutting the cake, which was freaking ridiculous, but that's a bad context for comedy. You understand what I'm saying? So my goal is to make it so that the audience is ready to receive whatever the good talent that's come that particular night, okay? So a good context, a good audience, good setup, okay? The conditions of the night will be set up for you to sound and look at your best, okay? The second thing that I'll be able to do is video record you. I've got two camcorders, and if you go through my videos and my history, no, my cameras are not the best cameras in the world. But the main thing that I was able to get during all of my years of being an underground artist, or a not well-known artist or whatever, was I got footage. That video footage has helped me build a good website, and by putting the footage in different places, it makes it so that by the time I come around, I don't have to start from scratch. A person can do their research on me online and get a chance to get an understanding of what I do, the wide variety of things that I've done over the years. So that way they're not starting from scratch. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody's coming to see me perform, they've had an opportunity to look online and see what I've done. And so they kind of have their heart prepared of what type of thing that I do, so that way they can decide whether or not they want to be here. So that way the people that come to see me, the people that will, come to see me, going forward, some of them will be new, but at least they've had an opportunity to see what I do and get a taste of it, so that they can, because the live experience, when I've done my performances, I feel that I'm pretty decent when I'm live, and the context matters. And so I'm trying to make it so that when I do live things, that I'm able to pull in the people that want to see me, versus they came to see something else or had a misconception of what I do. Sometimes video footage of you doing your thing in front of a good audience, that video footage becomes very valuable. There's not a time where I have gone somewhere and I video recorded whatever was happening and everything works out well, that the people that I videotape come to me and say, hey, can I get a copy of the footage? Can I get a copy of the footage? And, I'll do my best to get it to them, bless the Lord. But, I've tried to always have the foresight to bring my camera and set it up so that I can capture what's going on, because hopefully it'll go well. And if it goes bad, I can look at the footage and reassess what I'm doing. You, as an artist, I want to give you good footage so that you have good footage. I can give you that good footage because I know how to work my camera enough to make it so that I capture, so that I get good footage for you. Because sometimes that's all that you need, is just some good footage to help do what you got to do. So in your time, if you spend some of this next season, this next year, if you spend some of that time volunteering to share some of your gift with an audience, one thing that you will receive from me is you'll get a good audience response for what you're doing. B, you'll get good footage that you can use however you need fit. The third thing, you will have a good introduction. My goal would be to get to know you well enough before you go up to perform, so that when I introduce you, the people who watch the video footage and those that are in the room, they will be very happy before you even start. That's my goal. So and I do a lot of work. A lot of prep work to make sure that by the time I introduce you, it's a good scenario, and you're able to do well. It's a nice launch pad for your performance. So at minimum, you'll get those three things. The fourth thing is when I give you the video, in addition to give you the video, I can edit it for you however you need it, meaning that I can if you have your logos or something like that you want me to kind of put somewhere, at the beginning or the end of the footage or whatever, if there's a spot that you want me to cut it off at or whatever, we can talk about that, and I can make sure that the final product of the footage is something that you're happy with, or that you're content with, so that when it is on wherever you place to put it, if you plan on putting it on your website or put it on YouTube, or whatever, you're happy with, how that looks. And, so that's a fourth thing, some good, the good final product of what the video looks like. You may want it just raw and you could do your own thing. Okay. And that's perfectly fine. The fifth thing that I can do is I can play your stuff before my Facebook friends. And then that way, they get introduced to you. And then if you have a website or whatever, I don't mind pointing them to your website or pointing them to where they can, purchase whatever it is. So that's something. And I don't only extend that to artists, but anybody. If I'm doing an interview for your business, whatever, I'm grateful for the opportunity to interact with great people, passionate people passionate for what they do. So I'm going to do the same thing for whoever comes to me and is willing to help me make these nights successful. So if you are willing to to join the Matt Ellipsis Show for a limited time period. We're only talking about a year, and I'm not even saying the whole year. I'm saying, we designate which dates you want to do. So if you want to come and interview and talk about your book, talk about your business, talk about your some life experience, or if you've got a band, if you sing, if you dance, if you act, or whatever it is that you're willing to share with other people, come on RSVP. Register now. Register as an artist and kind of, let me know via email or whatever, what it is you want to bring to other people. And I will find a place for you, and we'll make some history together. And that's my goal. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take your artistry and try to profit off of it, other than to have you come. You do your thing. I give you some of my labor because you're giving me some of your labor. So we're doing kind of a barter system, because it is hard work to do editing and getting all that stuff together, And if you're an artist, especially if you're on the music side, you already know that what I do takes a little bit of work and takes some time and takes some dedication. So you will understand the value of that, especially depending on where you are in your music career or artistry career, whatever you're trying to do. So there will be some nights that we would dedicate or call it a variety night, and that way people would know that if we're doing variety night, that means we got a lot of people that are going to come up and share some stuff, which will be great. There is a house concert circuit that in a year, in 2020, I would like to tap into that house concert circuit so that we can take 608 Live as an additional location that can be considered, it's not a house concert, it's a club, but we can have a small intimate gathering. There's some rules for house concerts, but in 2020, for next year, my hope would be that artists that are doing really good during this year, that we can hopefully plug them into that house concert circuit, because they travel and they go to different houses, and the houses, they know how to raise enough money to make sure that each artist gets paid a few dollars for what they do. And the house concert thing is such an amazing it's an amazing little group, a segment. You can start looking into that yourself or whatever. But my goal is to, what I would like to be able to do is take, you got all your, once we get gather a whole bunch of people that are artists or whatever, then I want to be able to go to the to the house concerts group of people and say, hey, here's a bunch of people that that you would be happy if they were part of what you're doing. And it might strike up some more interest in house concerts in general, and then you'd be able to plug and do whatever you're doing. That's one of the other, that's probably number 6 that I'm going to be trying to do, is push you guys into a scenario where you can be around people who like what you do specifically. Okay. So variety is I love it. Comedy night. Now again, I've been trying to work on some comedy material, and there are groups of people, there are pockets of people that are funny and would like to try it. And so I want to be able to make this comedy open mic scenario. I want to make it good. I doubt if I will be put situated, getting big old artists or whatever. But if you want to come and if you want to come and develop your material, my goal, like I said, is to put you in front of an audience, get some good footage for you so that you can take it and do what you need to do with it. So, so that's, so if you do comedy, please get in touch with me, because in RSVP, for whatever dates or whatever, and then we'll kind of go from there and figure out, because with comedians, better than other artists or whatever, comedians are good for radio, and they're good for doing interviews and stuff like that, because they're funny, they're witty, they've got some things to say, they've got some opinions, and they've got weird ways of seeing things. And so if I can grab the different comedians in this area that or aspiring comedians, then we can sharpen each other as comics, which is kind of what we need to get together and sharpen each other and be a positive influence on each other, and position ourselves to get a nice little rhythm. Alan Edge, one of the things he taught me is that sometimes you might have you have some comedians, and so somebody will be the host, somebody will be the warm up, and then somebody will be the headliner, and they would rotate and do that. And what that was doing is that was giving them all their comedy chops and stuff like that. And so if I can, if there's several comedians or whatever, I want to work together to just for this year, work together to hopefully strengthen us so that by the end of the year, we can put on a show where we can actually hire some professional videographers and get some good cameras, or if I gotta go and grab me a couple of really high-end cameras, and then get us a big audience, and then we record comedy specials for everybody. I would be grateful for the opportunity to do that, and we take a year to start developing our material, and then be able to present a really, really great comedy show in Toma and or Sparta, and it be this group of people that decided to take the next leap, and we kind of and we make it happen. So I'm looking forward to that. Open mic night, there's poets, there's people who just want to read some of the stuff that they've written or whatever. So the variety night, the comedy night, and the open mic night, those are similar, but they'll be kind of like tailor-made for whatever's going on. So what I'm saying? So please, if you want to sign up for some of that stuff, you got to RSVP. When you go to RSVP, you'll be able to let me know what we're going to do, and then we can have some meetings prior to that so that we can make sure that everything is set up for you. Okay. All right. Now, farmers, in this area, Toma, Sparta, there's a lot of farmers, and I really want to interact with, I want to interact with people who have been a farmer, who grew up on a farm, who have access to farmers, and whatever. I would love to have a bunch of farmers get together and tell me some of the funny stories from being on the farm, some of the heart-touching farming stories and stuff like that. I wrote some jokes about farmers that I would like to see if this material, see if some of that is even worth bringing to a non-farmer community or whatever. So I'm going to have farmer night, and this is where I get a chance to acknowledge how important farmers are to this world. I did not know until I moved out here that farming was still going on. Okay. And farmers are really important to the world. Those farmers markets that they do, I'm really, really actually very happy. My wife was the first person to ever bring me to a farmer's market, and I got a chance to learn about what they do. And it took me a long time to really appreciate how valuable farmers are. And I want to make sure that I let the farmers that come, I can tell it to you guys, and you guys can go back to the rest of your farms and tell them, hey, the black guy at 608 Live appreciates us, So that's why I want to appreciate some farmers, and I want to give you guys an opportunity to tell some funny farm stories, as well as allow me the opportunity to run some jokes past you to see if they're even funny at all. Anyway, so thank you. If you are interested in coming to one of the farmers' nights, please RSVP. I haven't designated all this list of themes for each night. I haven't put a date, because like I said, I got every Friday for a year. So I haven't put the dates together for which night is which thing, because, I got to figure out, okay, comedy night might work better here than this particular date. And the farmers, it might be a full moon, so farmers are restricted from coming to, whatever. I've got to talk to all these different groups of people so that I can figure out which is the best night. And when I come out with the list, when I come out with the list of dates, then you can scroll through and figure out which dates you want to come to. Of course, I'm going to put that information out. Hopefully, I can have a draft of it by episode 3. Right now, you're looking at episode 2. And hopefully in episode 3, I'll have at least some tentative dates for certain things. And because, obviously, we're coming up on November 8th, and I want to have a nice, by the end of this month, I'd like to have a really nice, an almost concrete, series of dates that are lined up with the things that we want to do. So I want to have that because I would never ask for anyone to be a regular attender. I wouldn't ask that because that's a lot to ask. But if you could find it in your schedule, if you're in Toma or Sparta, or I don't care where you're at. Okay. If you are seeing this, it would be such a blessing, especially if you decide that you want to come from far away and you want to just come be in the room or whatever. Let me know, and let me know that you're coming from far, so I can make sure that it is worth your time. I want to make sure that if you come on any of these nights, it is worth your time. I am not just bringing people together just for just for my ego. I have things that I want to give to you, and I want to enjoy your presence. I want you to enjoy what we're doing, and I really want to I want to be a blessing to you if you come for one of these nights. So if you decide to make the trek to Sparta, Wisconsin, and you're wherever because you feel led to do it. Listen, I did that a long time ago. I went 3 years in a row to Sumter, South Carolina, this small little town or city, in South Carolina. I went 1 year. I went from California to Sumter, South Carolina. Another year I came from Wisconsin, went to South Carolina, because they not only had what I needed for that particular conference, but also they needed me to do some stuff, and it blessed a lot of people out there. And I've got all the footage, and I'm going to share that eventually with everybody. But I'm so grateful that if I had not committed, to those 3 years of doing that, I'm gonna tell you something. I would not be as prepared as I am to really bless these several communities, because a lot of it, I'm telling you, the Kingdom Music Festival that I used to go to for 3 years in a row, it was very, very empowering. Anyway, so I'm not saying that's because it doesn't exist anymore, but I have all the lessons and I have all the insight, so I can, for these 2-hour Friday night sessions, we're gonna have a good time. And I'm not a preacher, okay? So I am my goal is to bring these unique people together, and let's have some fun, doggone it. Okay, so farmers, come on, let's have some fun. Go ahead and RSVP and let's have some fun. Get together with the black guy and let's have some fun. Okay, now tattoo night. I've already started the making of tattoo night happening. I'm so excited about this. Okay, I've already conducted a little bit of an interview with Fox Tattoo out in Toma, Wisconsin, and I let them know about what I wanted to do, and they've agreed to participate somehow. And I'm putting the call out: if you have a tattoo, okay, if you're in the Toma, Sparta, La Crosse area, however 50-mile radius of Sparta, Wisconsin, if you have a tattoo, I'm holding a tattoo night for you so that you can come and tattoos and piercings. I've always been intimidated by tattoos and piercings, and I found that there are some tattooed people that I used to be scared of, that they are some wonderful people. And I would love to get you tattooed people and you pierced people. Let's get together and let's have a fun night. I've got some jokes or some material that I would like to run past you to see if it's funny. And I would love to hear some of your stories behind the artwork that you decided to put on your body. It's fascinating. I want to hear some of the horror stories. I want to hear. I want to talk and interact with you tattooed people and piercing people. I didn't put piercings up there because I want to start with the tattoo people, and if the piercing people come, cool, and then we'll go from there, because piercings can get a little bit. Anyway, the tattoo people, let me start there, and then the piercing people, we're gonna work it out. So come with a tattooed person, or if you pierce, have some tattoo, whatever. Never mind. Okay, so love story night. I'm really interested in pulling together a group of people who can tell a series of their love story, of how they got together with their significant other, and talk about how wonderful it was, so that we can all, we see those romantic comedies, and I can appreciate a good romantic comedy, but doggone it, that's a movie, that's a TV show. I want to hear from some real couples that have a unique and interesting story that you don't mind sharing with an audience. And so RSVP if you have a love story that you think that people would be that people would enjoy hearing, that people would benefit from. If you've got a love story, come on and let's talk about it. Please, I would love to have you come to one of our love story nights so that we can enjoy each other's company. I've got a love story. Matter of fact, I've got a few love stories from my life that I would love to be able to share with you so that we can laugh at how ridiculous love can be and how love can make a fool out of us. Let us enjoy talking about love and our love stories. Okay, now, if you are paying any attention, you know that in 2020 is election year. And in November of 2020, it's my hope that we will be starting the second season of the Matt Ellipsis Show, wherever it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be at 608 Live, during the second season. I don't know. Matter of fact, I don't know if we're going to do it, right? But I, if I'm, logically, I would love to be able to, keep on doing it, but, anything could happen. But so, the end of this current season is going to be, let me see. I think I have it listed up here. Let me just read it. The end of this current season, it's starting in November of 2019, and I've got dates all the way out to the 25th of September, but I couldn't put more than that to get it right. So I believe that I'm going to do the first Friday in October as the season finale of, in other words, we will end, that will be the last official day of this particular season. And I don't know, I may end up, I don't know if we're going to, because I'm going to be trying to get everybody together, and I don't know if we'll fit in 608 Live, whether we have to change venue or pack everybody in there. I want to do a big shebang, at the end to thank you all, to thank everybody that that gets there. So my goal is to, hopefully the money that we will have accumulated will enable me to put on a great shindig that will bless everybody with some food, and some drinks if that's what you'd like. But we'd be able to sit down and just look over, think, and kind of enjoy the fact, and me showing my appreciation to you guys for giving me a wonderful year. And I'm forecasting that in advance. So I haven't set the date for October, but the final date of this season will be in October. And the reason why I'm saying that is because it's very important to me to talk to the local Democrats and then talk to the local Republicans, and I'm gonna be talking to them. Yes, I'm gonna have a night where Democrats come, and what I really want for this particular night is I would like to interact and interview in front of an audience. We'll probably have some music a little bit, but that this particular night, my goal is to basically wipe my conceptions of what a Democrat is. I want a clean board, a clean dry erase board, a clean notebook. And on that night, my goal is to bring together the most articulate Democrats that I can find, or that will be or that would agree to come to 608 Live on Democrats night. And I don't know if it would be a rally, but my goal would be to it be a session where articulate, knowledgeable Democrats can explain to me, my Facebook friends, the people in the room, because of course we'll be recording, to explain what is a Democrat. Now I know that I can go online and I can find some stuff, but I want to be there when some people that are good, that understand what a Democrat is, and can help me to help me put into the collective into my body of work some true concrete information about what a Democrat is. Okay? And then that way, that's a starting place for some discussions. That night we'll be asking some questions or whatever. It's not going to be a debate. It'll be straight up figuring it out what a Democrat is. And so that way, when we all walk away from that night, my goal is that we've got some bullet points in our mind or literature or whatever that lets us know, hey, now I understand what a Democrat is. And then on a separate night, I would love the opportunity to talk to some very articulate Republicans that know how to explain their point of view. I know I could listen to talk radio in order to get it, but I would like some Republicans in this area. And the reason why I know that there are some in this area is because in Toma, I was at a parade. My wife and my children. I believe that my son was in the parade, and I got a chance to see that the local Democrats and the local Republicans both had their own float. That means that there are some people in this area who specifically are they name themselves as a Democrat, they name themselves as a Republican, and so they understand what it means. And I would love the opportunity to bring them to one of the live shows, and so that we can talk about it in front of an audience. So please, if you know any Democrats that it would be, you know, it would work out, please RSVP them, or RSVP yourself to come so that we can start the process. I don't have a night designated yet, but I'm hoping, like I said, by the end of this month, I want to have a concrete, you know, dates for each of these. And if I still don't have a date, then I'm gonna work some stuff out. All right. Now, I live close by. Thank you for that. I live close by a VA hospital, the Toma VA, and in this area, Toma, what I've seen, Toma loves to volunteer, and I see volunteers all throughout Toma. One of the places that made me like Toro as a company was that one night I was there and I was volunteering at the VA, and a bunch of Toro dignitaries, they came to volunteer at the VA, and it was I was very happy to see them. I wasn't working at Toro at the time, but meeting them there at that particular time, I was a news anchor, so I got a chance to videotape them, and then we were able to put that clip on the air, which was nice. And so that kind of, you know, whatever, that kind of built a nice little bond. So I gotta say that there's a lot of veterans here that I work with a veteran. I work with a veteran who was in the Vietnam War, and he's already given me a little bit of audio where he talked a little bit about how he got his Purple Hearts. He got 2 Purple Hearts, and that's you know, that's no small thing. Okay, and I really would love the opportunity to put a bunch of vets in the room and let us have a good night celebrating your service and hearing some of your stories on a particular night. Now, you know, we may only have a couple of hours to do what we got to do, but we don't have to only do it one night. All of these things, if 2 hours is not enough to do what we're doing, then, you know, that's why I want to be able to have a couple of nights to be able to do that. So those veterans, I'm going to be interacting with a bunch of veterans and say, hey, come on, you know, let's talk, you know, on story. And if you want to come and hear some good stories or whatever, I know that you'll be blessed, because these guys, it you know, especially if you bring some millennials and some young people, it'll help them understand why our country is so great. These veterans who have put their lives on the line. You know, I'm a veteran myself. Thank God I've never been shot at, you know, in a war or anything like that. I'm so grateful, and I'm also grateful that I've got the opportunity. I've already got some stories for my show on YouTube, but you know, it's nothing like bringing some veterans together and let's have a good time together. Okay, I do have some Army jokes that I would love to run past you. So let's get together, let's hang out and have a good night. Okay, so RSVP if you can. You know, I would be grateful. Right on the website, and the way you do that is you click on register now. If you click on register now, choose some dates or whatever, and we'll kind of work it out. Okay. Now, belief system night. This one, I'm really looking forward to this one. Okay. I've been in church since I was 19 years old, and oh goodness. Hold on. All right. I need to pause. I'm going to finish this up. Matter of fact, you know what? You got the list. If you go to m3dots.com, that's what I'm going to do. Go to m3dots.com, click on the Matt Ellipsis Show at 608 Live. That was my wife. She texted me, we got to go somewhere. 608 Live, please go ahead, click on that so you can look at this list, right? And to RSVP, to sign up, to get more information or whatever, you click on register now. And what will pop up is the information about it. I'll talk more about the prices and stuff like that, but this is going to have a lot more information. This is a lot of information already, but you click on dates, and you got a bunch of dates out there. So RSVP for whatever date or dates or whatever, and or click on follow so that I can give you information, whatever, as it becomes available. Okay. So anyway, thank you so much for giving me your attention for the amount of time you did. I know I'm long-winded, and I've got a lot of information that I feel very strongly about putting out. I didn't cover it all, but thank you so much for giving me your attention. Thank you for thank you. Okay. Darn it. And I didn't get a chance to, well, no, I did talk about some people. So I did get a chance to thank some Facebook people. But anyway, episode 3, I don't know when I'm going to put it out, but sometime this week I'll put it out, because my goal is by the end of the month, I'd like to have about 5 or 6 solid episodes, because because I'm going to Michigan for a week. And while I'm out there, I'm actually going to be doing some cell phone live streaming. So that is going to be a new thing for me, to actually be live, really live. Okay. Right now I'm kind of live, sort of. But I'll give you more information about that later on, because I'm going to Michigan, and when I'm out there, I'm going to be around other artists, and oh my God, I get a chance to hang out with artists, and we're going to be able to sing, we're going to be able to dance. We got some stuff going on, and I cannot wait to participate in this thing. I'll give you more information about it later. Can you attend? No, you cannot attend unless you're in Michigan. Unless you're in Michigan, you can come to it. To come to the performance that we have. I'll give you more information about it later. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out with the Matt Ellipsis Show. I don't even have time to give you a closing song. I don't. So, the way that I'm going to end this is by saying thank you for watching. Oh, I forgot. I can edit and add an outro later. So I got a better way to end it. So I got it covered. Talk to you later. See you next time. I'll see you next.
This is a free download from m3dots.com. This is a free download from m3dots.com. I'm having a personal revival. Time to turn my mind back on God's mission for me. It's my personal revival. Time to turn my prayer life on. Gotta listen to me. Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my sonship.
Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my sonship.
Long overdue, slacking off prayer like whack wind truth. Align situations that you cannot unscrew. Not a deathbed confession, but you need a resurrection in the spirit of you. But I'm talking about me. Not cause life is hard, but my heart is hardly circumcised when I deny the power thereof to my own demise. Mirror tell myself a lie, but when I quiet myself and listen to the spirit of the Lord bring me correction and direction and instruction, he remind me I'm elected and protected when I'm tested. It's a season that I must bear fruit, must be the reason it's personal. Cause it's sharper than the double-edged.
Intimate.
Precision, soul, and spirit, and the road less traveled. It's just what it is. Few be that find the path to walk in. His perfect will is more than a metaphor of what he can pour out of the windows of heaven. He will defend those reverent, single-minded brethren and sisters that don't blister at serpents, bend or break, stagger or quake. Vigorously egg by load 11, it's poison. Ask Michael Bevins, a senator or Reverend Jackson. Sometimes it's hard to put the truth into action. A metric when my fruit's inspected. Don't need to be eclectic, need not be irreverent. Conviction, yes, it is a step in the kingdom. Priest direction, the weapons of our warfare. Yes, they are different. I haven't lost count of the 1,000,011. I'm having a personal revival on God's mission for me. It's my personal revival. Time to turn my prayer life on. Gotta listen to me.
Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my sonship. Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my sonship.
I forgive myself, forget those sins in my past. Press forward, do the at-hand task that is before me. Realize that the devil hates me, he can't ignore me, cause the kingdom shall advance. Train my hands, my spirit man, rules of engagement. So when it hits the pavement, the armor's on, biting loose with statements. Breastplate me, don't forsake me. The kingdom shall advance. Don't be scared, two blaze tails or blaze tails in the process. You may fail, but don't stalemate. There's another day to master details. And God, he will respond to your need mail. Regain the ground that we lost since upper root Pentecost, and I became my boss. And life is off like can't get right, y'all. Soft puff Christians with sloth, two to the jaw.
You woke up early this morning.
What is more important than the king? You should search high and low, it's no ting. On your feet, everybody please sing. Time to look past all these earthly things. See what we bring and try to get in. On your feet, everybody please sing. The kingdom shall advance. 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 The kingdom shall advance.
Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my sonship. Personal, intimate, reignite the power of my
This
sonship.
is a free download from m3dots.com. Don't forget, m3dots.radio.